meet below the heart, forming between thumbs and fingers, the descending triangle of water. They got shoes supporting the sky, frontal heels together and slightly angled apart to the front, head down, arms angled up on either side of head about, head 1-5 from head to wrist and crooked as if supporting the ceiling, just at head height with the fingertips, the palms face upward and the backs of the hands away from the head. Thumbs close the side of palms, fingers straight and together. Frontal heels together and slightly angled apart to the front. Job 2 years ago, please.
Everybody, mis amigos, ahora Kitover.
pointed left arms form a diagonal with body right above head and in line with the waist at waist height. Hands palmer and open with fingers outstretched and together. Head erect. Earth, the god set fighting. Frontal figure arty, foot pointed to the fore and angled slightly outward with weight on ball of foot and heel touching arty, heel and foot pointed left arms form a diagonal with body right above head and in line with left at waist height, hands palmer and open with fingers outstretched and together, head erect.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold
The snows are eternal above, and that perfume smokes upward into the nostrils.
Like, okay, bro, what's the Red Indian stuff? Like, the natives, like, the Aztec Mayan shit, bro. Like, how do you, like,
this is what I'm telling you. The accent the line makes is funny because it's an Indian person that knows
The white Jews, for whatever reason.
what does it have to do with that?
No, because they come from different regions of the world and they have a different.
Sleep without making an anti-Jew comment tonight, Pepe. Like, you can't just.
No, that's not an anti-Jew. I'm literally complimenting the fucking terrible in a weird way to a lot of people.
fucking
A lot of people in the West.
Brown Jews are more softer, are a pussy group of
No. I know. The opposite. No. I said the opposite. Oh, you fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up.
Listen to them, PP.
No, what I was saying is those brown Jews tend to be the more patriotic, tough, and proud Jews. They're like, and I'm gonna be honest, if I was gonna talk shit to a Jew in the United States, if I was like an anti-Semite, the brown Jews would be the ones that I think, like, in other words, the Jews would be the ones more likely to kick my ass.
I'm going to introduce you to my relatives that are in the U.S. Army, and they're not the way to distinguish.
No, I know. I absolutely do. So I would say, I'll just use the term Ashkenazi Jews.
What do you mean their life is easy?
Okay, comparing Jews, Ashkenazi Jews who had to grow up in the early 1900s, let's just say first half of the first 25 years of the 1900s, versus a Jew today is a remarkable difference. Jews had, if you were a Jew, but primarily they were Ashkenazi, they had to fight in wars. They lived in ghettos. They had a humble life. No, Jews have done very well. Their children, of course, have reaped the benefits of that. When it comes to a lot of the other people who lived the very similar, they had very similar history in the United States, such as like the Irish or the Italians. Their children no longer, they were not brought up the same way. They're different, where these are people that are more used to living in kind of like hostile environments. They don't have the generations of success that a lot of Jews, or you can even go with other ethnic groups.
They have great success in it. They have great success in Syria. Very wealthy, incredibly wealthy communities in Syria. Until they were thrown out, and they came to the United States and kind of I don't know what kind of jeans you wear, but I'll guarantee that we came from a Syrian Jew. Go through a brand. But anyway, do we have to stay on this?
No, we can move on.
I'll take you on a field trip, and you can see the different communities, and then you can decide for yourself.
We do not have any problems with.
Well, right now, the largest AI technology landmass is going to be built in Texas. It's going to be open up a lot. Something that we have to do as a country to get ahead of this, so that we are AI game. I think is very, very important for us.
Because a lot of this is going to be going into space, and in space we'll be able to build much larger data centers and much larger sources of energy.
Do you guys? I'm just curious. This is one of the biggest things I worry about. Is that like 2 or 3 years from now, do you guys think that? I would hear people like Musk and himself like basically say, things can go very wrong. I guess what I worry about is like the disruption to the economy, which has always happened throughout history when it comes to, I guess innovation. But I do wonder like how much. I feel like it could be that a lot of.
I'm sorry. Okay. I just think there's going to be a different function. Right now, you have all kinds of data scientists now. You got people who are building infrastructure. You also have a lot more hardware because the robots are coming. When I went to CEM down the road here, is things that's going to make our lives easier, but at the same time, it's going to give people more opportunity. See, I always think AI is not going to take over the world because AI is built by people. What we have to do is allow the people.
Of course, we have a lot of lobbies here in the United States, and AI is a threat to a specific industry, and then they kind of end up, just, I don't know, making a law where AI cannot help them in that area, or help the average person in that area. And it's weird because it's not necessarily a freedom of speech issue, because it's a machine at the end of the day, and you're having access to it's what it can tell you. I mean, I think I can imagine this just like being. I don't know. I have all of these questions. I don't know how this shit is going to work out. But I can.
Well, Pepe, I'm going to ask you a question, Pepe. Do you think that you can trust anyone other than Pepe?
Yeah, some people.
Okay, so Pepe, this is what I like.
Edward, I mean, he probably trusts his wife. What are you trying to ask? I mean, are you trying to?
I mean, fucking wife.
No. What I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to do is explain to all of us that the only person you can really trust is yourself outside of any central government. People's motivation, I don't care if they're an elected official or they're the president or a king or some type of monarchy. Guys, at the end of the day, the person that's responsible for our lives is us. And listen, I would hope that there would be enough people in the world that have enough courage to do what's like darkness better than light because their deeds are evil. People like bad crap. People like doing bad things. Sex trafficking, drug trafficking, whatever you want to call it, embezzlement. Men just like to do this kind of crap.
It's almost like there's this dilemma that, like, where people do bad things and they profit off of it, or they to get off whatever their vice is, whether it's drugs or prostitute. Okay, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, this me, Pepe.
So, yeah, these people exist, and I don't think anybody's figured out a perfect way. How do you incentivize people to? Because I think a lot of people's brains are wired in a certain way, so that's their default is that they're going to split the system, do whatever is best for them. Whatever makes them happy, they're just going to, or wherever they think there's going to be a reward, that's what they're going to pursue. And throughout human history,
Candles in a spiral on the floor, chocolate light symbols on the door, rose hang heavy, velvet ring, old words burning in my head. Silver smoke crawling on my skin, hear them whisper, let us in. Black moon hanging, hardly moves, every shadow starts to move. You got me under your spell tonight. In the circle of the crimson I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just flick your hand and steal my mind. It's the dark design. You sleep in my real words. I fall in the circle of the crimson eye. crimson eye. Tap of your finger. Colors crash past life's surface. Futures flash. By the weapon or the prize was cast inside these eyes. Take back the fire you fed in me. Break your chains or set me free. But every time you say now rise, I kneel deeper to your lies. Yeah. You got me under your spell tonight. In the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just flick your hand and steal my mind. The dark design, say sleep in my will, otherwise I fall in the circle of the crimson eye. Candles in a spiral on the floor, sharp lines, symbols on the door. Rose hang heavy, velvet red, old words burning in my head. Silver smoke crawling up my skin, hear them whisper, let us in. Black moon hanging, hardly moves, every shadow starts to move. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson light. I can't remember what used to feel like night. You just think your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark design, you say sleep and my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night. Cards cut deep from a crooked deck. Gold rings cold on the back of my neck. Clock hands spinning, time runs thin. Your voice curls like a serpentine. You say my name and the walls all bend. Truth and terror start to blend. Thoughts like marionette strings. You talk once and my body sings. You got me under your spell tonight. In the circle of the crimson eye. You're my mind. Wizard of the dark design. You say sleep and my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night. Snap of your fingers, colors crash. Past the surface, futures flash. Am I the weapon or the prize? Who's casting who inside these eyes? Under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just take your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark design, you say sleep and my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night.
In Illinois.
Candles dripping on a marble floor. Silver symbols carved to the door. You said, watch my hands, don't turn away. And the whole room bent when you said my name. from life. You're a storm in a blue disguise. I'm falling deeper into you. Candles dripping on a marble floor. Silver symbols carved into the door. You said, watch my hands, don't turn away. And the whole room bent when you said my name. In this circle, as you pull the sky inside my mind, every color obeys you. I can't tell your truth from lies. You're a storm in a velvet disguise. I'm falling deeper into you. Power in your voice like thunder.
Powerful war song of Megatron, the supreme master and commander of the known life universe.
But you, who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety, your force, I am the God who giveth all. 20 I ask you to sacrifice. Nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth all.
Please don't let
20 with light, life, love, force, fantasy, fire. These 20 light, mine hands are full of these.
believe in purpose. I believe in helping my fellow man to the best of my ability. And everything I do, Brad, is just trying to help people, and it's not in vain. I know most people don't want to subscribe to that. That's okay. It doesn't make what they're doing any different than what I'm doing. At the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is to let people know there's a lot more abundance in the world than negativity.
Again, it's a philosophical utopia version. It's not grounded in reality. It's not there. You can have hope. I mean, I hope the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Like every day. I hope I wake up 6 feet above ground. I hope I don't die in a hospital bed having to be fed tapioca with my pills crushed in it like Alan. I don't want to have a day where I shit myself because I'm in diapers at 90 years old in a nursing home. Like, we all have hope. Everybody has hope and prayers. We hope we strike the lottery. We, what was it? Women hope they're not pregnant. Women, like whatever. You hope you don't get cancer or you hope you don't get injured. Like all sorts of that decree, hey, we're going to kill everybody in this land and we're going to take it by force and allow you to build up. And even don't. They have to worry about whether or not they can get up in the morning and find a safe route to they can get water. And in a war-torn country like Congo or wherever else is going on, or one of the 39 open armed conflicts that are going on, FARC hopes they're able to overthrow their government and get into power. And they're doing their shit. So, I mean, it's not going to start anything. And if you're asking for like some kind of everybody just take the moral thing and we can just be perfectly fine. No, like there's bad people out there. There are wolves, there are bears. And then you have to have, you can say I'm a good man. I'm not a good man. I'm not any type of man at all other than just a man. I'll do bad if I need to. And I will do good if I want to. It's a choice I make, but at the end of the day, sometimes that choice is forced upon us. And you're going to do bad when you are put into the corner and you have to now figure out, should I do good or should I just go without or should I let my kids starve? No, you're going to go fight for that. You're going to go commit whatever you need to protect what you have. And I don't know why people deny nature in itself in favor of something like utopia peace revolt that just doesn't come to reality. It never has. It never worked anywhere, not even in the Bible. It never occurred. Even in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve still fucked up and still caused problems. So, I mean, you can't even get it right from the outset.
Even alluded to the Bible as the foundation of the laws of nature and nature's God. Obviously, you and I both do know that when we violate, because what is it called? You were in the military, deployment. They deploy people to do certain things. Right now, you and I both know that it's better to deploy people. Okay, and you're correct. There's conflict going on all over the world. But is it the people that's causing the conflicts or their governments? You know, it's still people. But we got a lot to depend on, like you said.
Depends on the country.
Yes, it depends on the country. But again, if we the people in the United States, which we supposed to hold truth to be self-evident, if we rely more on the people in the United States than our elected officials, we're going to be more beholden to the people. But because the people have decided, Brad, not to take their own responsibility seriously, they're leaving it to someone else that they've never met and don't really care about them at all. That's the lobbyists. That's big pharma. That's all the things that we always talk about. But in reality, if anybody's going to take care of your house, and I know, Brad, you're pretty good at taking care of your house, take care of your family. You know why? Because that's what Brad does. So, Brad, when we talk about responsibility, there's no utopia. No one talks about that. There's pain everywhere, man. You and I both know that. I bury people every day. So I know. And some of them get naturally. Some of them OD.
question, do you have personal responsibility? Because honestly, as a guy who's been ranting and raving, like, just constantly, you don't seem to have very much, like, inhibition.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Sorry,
Hold on.
what did you say?
Peter, what time
You
is
said
Peter, what time is
Peter, déjame tu bebé.
Go ahead.
You're good. So Andrew, I just want to know, do you have any discipline on the mic at all?
I would have more discipline than the woman whose face I just took a shit on.
You're so interesting.
Okay,
The
Andrew.
woman in your profile picture.
Okay, I moved him to the audience. Just
What did he say right now?
the woman, he has more.
I'm so sorry, Edward, that you said that. Edward, I'm so sorry.
Did he say like,
Hey,
hey guys,
Yeah, he's trolling.
he's trolling, but nobody has to apologize to Edward.
No, exactly. Doesn't apologize for me. You guys don't worry about it. Listen, people tell you who they are. I don't care about that. The guy's having his own issue. Okay? Listen, guys, you don't have to believe anything Edward says. Edward's just giving you his opinion. If everybody moved by what Edward said, it doesn't have to. Don't worry about it. Don't adopt to the ideology. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Edward, I agree 100%. Like, I have a differing opinion than you. But at the end of the day, I actually think you're a very nice man. You're actually lot more conservative than I am. What's really funny is it like 3 years ago or so, when I was talking to some people I knew on Discord, it was like, I encountered this man, and he kind of held my feet to the fire, but he was doing it from a very conservative perspective, where it was like, it's like, oh shit, like wow, I have to get all my ducks in a row. This guy's, he and I understand you want people to hold themselves accountable and all that, which I largely agree, and I would say that when it comes to individuals, they absolutely should hold themselves accountable more than anybody else. Now, if we're talking about things like geopolitics, or we're talking about groups of people, that's where things kind of change a bit. I mean, because we are talking about groups of people. We all religions come from different countries, have different morals and values, and all of that shit. And so, at the end of the day, we have to coexist. But if I'm being realistic, all of our values are not created equal. And
Hey, I just want to hop in for a second.
hold on. I wanted to. No, and Anthony, I'll let you go after me. I just wanted to ask you, like, you do consider yourself Christian, right?
It's mentioned 3 times in the scripture. I'm a kingdom citizen. I believe in the kingdom. It's a form of government that.
No, absolutely. And it's obviously where there's like a fundamental difference between us, and I get it and I respect it, and that's fine.
App for a number of years. It's been a while since I've seen Edward in any spaces, and I'm happy to see him. And is my humble opinion, right? He comes across a little preachy. Listen, I learned the more I realize I know nothing. That's pretty much my perspective. I don't feel compelled to impart my religious worldview on anybody. I'm not saying that that's the right way to be, or the only way to be, or the best way to be. I'm just speaking from my perspective. I don't know how conversation developed. I wasn't, honestly, I've been trying to figure it out, and I'm not latching on to it. But, that's my little contribution. I don't know if it's germane to the topic at hand or not, but, that's been my thing with Edward. Good guy, but a little preachy, my humble opinion.
The good part about life
is you don't have to be Edward. You can be Anthony. That's the beauty. And it's so funny that I come on Clubhouse. And Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think people are here preaching their ideology, all kinds of different things? I think everybody's preaching, man. I think everybody's trying to tell you what they believe and why they believe it. That's why we have gender rooms. That's why we have race rooms. That's why we have all kinds of stuff going on. You know why? Because this is what people do. So if one guy comes and says this is ideology, what we decide to do is say, you know, hey, I'm going to ask you, Anthony, and just correct me if I'm wrong. How many times have you said that to men who do not get involved with the women that they have children?
So, okay, so this is a great point. This is a really, really good point, right? When I make the point about out of wedlock births, and this is typically, I'm not really getting on the men, I'm really getting on the women. You know, I'm talking to a specific group of people that are pretending that they're looking for solutions. I'm not trying to come from, like I'm standing on the mountaintop and I'm holding the tablets and God just whispered in my ear. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm just giving that as, an example of how certain things could be perceived. So I think there's a subtle difference between someone saying, listen, I don't know jack shit, but this is how I feel about it. And this is how we get to the promised land. I think there's a subtle but profound difference between those two perspectives.
And Anthony, I want to 100% agree with you there. It's when the one thing that makes me, I would say, cringe the most is when somebody, and of course, a lot of these people, they're con men. They're even if they're religious, I would say they're still somewhat con men. They have the answer to all of life's problems. Just follow their simple solution and do what they say. And personally, I am so allergic to that. Like, it is fucking disgusting. And somebody who is like raised Catholic to where I'm like, anything that's like not Catholic is kind of, I wanted to get into it. But holy shit, I'm sorry, I was reading something. I forgot what I was saying, but like I've never heard somebody that's had the answer to all of life's problems, except for people that were literally just like fucking con men or charlatans.
Anthony's too nice, but he was trying to say that you're a condescending, pretentious asshole.
No. Shut up. But Edward.
They said that.
No, but Edward, he is a nice man. He's a man of faith. He's a man that I think that.
Yeah, but he's a
condescending. You know what I've said? No, shut up. What I've said, and I've said this about Anthony before. Anthony is, if you're looking at like conservatism in the United States, Edward is somebody who's like, probably close to being 99 or 100% conservative. He's more conservative than the vast majority of people on this fucking app. That's my opinion. Like, he's absolutely somebody he's consistent. I've never heard him make a talking point that was not conservative. And you can look at him. He talks about his life. He's very open about it. He's a successful man. It sounds like, him and his wife and his children have all of their ducks in a row, which is good. He raised his kids the right way with the right values. He's a conservative. Like I said, I've said this many times before. I'm not a conservative. I'm somebody who's voted Republican since I've been a voting age, but I don't classify myself as a conservative. But just be realistic. Imagine if every father in the United States was similar, special, and I don't think most people are capable of being somebody like him, and that's kind of
with people that present this, this perfect life, and I've got it all, comes into play. You ever have those friends that, like they're more interested in presenting an image to people than actually living the life that they trigger. Honestly, I really don't care, but it is something that hurtful. It could be, the more I think about it, it's one of those situations where, and like I said, this has, because I think, Edward's been super good since I've, known him on this app. Super duper consistent. And there's nothing that there's no smoking gun with Edward that I could point to and be like, this guy's full of shit. There's nothing I can say. But you have a lot of people that are heavily invested in presenting this pristine image. And, to me, we all live in glass houses. I'm not perfect. I've been married for, a number of years. Me and my wife would go through it. My kids, shit, man. Anyway, listen, it's don't have all the answers. I'm work in progress, and I'm just trying to figure out one day at a time. And I hope God continues to give me the strength. So,
everyone else, that you all said that Edward is condescending. But yet, I don't think I've ever addressed any of you personally since I've been on Clubhouse. Ever. Do you guys know that we see the world as we are versus as it is? I don't know any of you. Never met any of you. But it's quite
Roasted
interesting
that
that you guys are all
motherfucker.
determined that you
Gotta
know
roast that motherfucker.
and you know
He
my
getting
intentions.
roasted
So,
now.
you all know this. I will apologize to all of you if you ever thought that Edward was trying to be condescending to you in any way, because that's never the goal. I want to be at peace with all men, no matter who they are, if at all possible. Sometimes it's not possible, because some men don't want to be at peace with Edward, and that's okay. And Anthony, I've been married, my son just turned 41. I've been married a long time. And my wife and I don't agree on everything. We've been through it. And you know what? We also worked through it. And you know what? She's still my wife. You know why? Because we believe in adaptability, not compatibility. We believe in working stuff out. It's called covenant. This is so interesting that you guys think that just because someone is quote unquote presenting something. I don't know if you guys know this, but there are people on planet Earth that are actually living correctly and trying to do the best they can every day for their life. Everybody's not wilding out. Everybody's not falling apart. Okay? I grew up in a home where my grandpa was married to his wife for 49 years. Okay? My dad was married to his wife for 58 years. And I come from a good stock of people who know what it's like just to try to do right. I'll land on this. My dad taught me something at 12 and a half years old. He said, son, no substance, no abuse. Never taste alcohol in my life, never smoked a cigarette, never did drugs. Doesn't make me better than anybody. And my dad also said this, and that includes women. So what I am not trying to do is present something to you guys, because I have to live with Edward every single day. You guys don't get to do that. And every problem that Edward's ever had
said and done, we are going to have a favorable outcome from the situation. I think it's going to be better than the way we found it. It's going to be better than, the alternative, which is to not go to war. That's my take on it. And I understand the pushback, but, my humble opinion.
Well said, Anthony. I'm with you. I'm on the same page as you when it comes to the war. I think a nuclear armed Iran provides a lot more problems for us than good. I mean, that's the other question you can ask yourself is, what good has Iran done, like the government apparatus, for the well-being of human beings? I mean, it's just an apparatus of terror, in my opinion. So you got to start somewhere. And real quick on the Edward thing, I've never heard Edward ever try to convince somebody to be him. I've only heard him say, I have these questions, feel free to answer them or not, and move along. So I've heard preachers. I don't think Edward's preaching. I think he's just stating his truth of what he feels, how he wants to live his life. And I think a lot of people don't do that. I think it's foreign to us. So it seems like Edward's like preaching to us or lecturing us. So just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there on Edward.
So Matt, I go into certain corners of Clubhouse. Just real quick, Edward, and I want you to respond to this as well. It's going to tie in what Matt just said. So Matt, I'm in sorts of corners on Clubhouse, and I'm in some spaces where it gets really, really rowdy and really, really crazy and really, really buck wild. And Edward came into that space and started preaching. Well, not preaching. He started being Edward. Eventually, it pained me to see it happen. Eventually, they kicked him out the room. I don't know if he remembers this, but it's like he was in like it's not Sodom and Gomorrah because it's not alphabet people, but it's just one of those rooms where everything goes. It's not a safe space, and Edward came in and was trying to, I guess, be that ray of light, and it wasn't the group for that. He got drop kicked out.
Real quick, and that's fair.
And I remember that space. But you know the funny thing, Anthony, is you said this is a room that everything goes. Except, correct me, because guys, I don't mind growing. I'm 62. I don't know everything. But KK, she's correct. I always leave. That's all.
Well, Mr. Edward, what I've always experienced with you for the past probably 4, you can with this person to make it authentic, right? And that's why I couldn't come up and talk at the time. It's irritating when people say, "Oh, he's trying to say he's perfect." He's never said he's perfect. If anything, he's always said, "I'm a man of God. I am fallible. We all are fallible." And to give grace to ourselves and grace to each other. But if it's like, "Oh, he's trying to say he's perfect," well, that says more about you than him. Then are you recognizing that maybe you are not to a standard, and you recognize that this man is to a standard? But he has not changed. He always asks a question, not for himself, but to learn and to be able to have a great engagement with the other person. And I think we all can take a lesson from that. But I totally felt like Sarah when I blocked that guy. I'm like, "I'm going to block you." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I sound like Sarah."
So KK, I don't know if you were referring to anyone specifically on stage. I did mention the word perfect in one of my submissions.
Oh no, not you, Mr. Anthony.
Cool.
Absolutely
Cool.
not.
I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you, KK.
No,
I
was talking about someone in the chat, and then I was talking about.
KK, thank you.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say,
of course, sir. Of course, sir.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that you can.
I can't thank you enough. And I'm just going to say it right now, right here. Matt, you hold me down so much in the chat in so many rooms, bro. Yo, you're my partner in crime.
I'm like 3 minutes in, and I'm like, "Oh my God,
KK, it's really, and it's so funny to see the hate, man. It's like the literal, and here's the thing. I'm like, when the conversation stops, the guys like Brad take over. You don't want the guys like Brad taking over.
Oh, no.
That's what happens when the conversation stops. Those guys get on your ass. And, you got these cats that think, well, we're ready for whatever. You don't want those guys. Those are nightmares. You're not ready for that. It's like, please,
let's keep the conversation
Yeah,
flowing.
we had a couple nightmares tonight in this room with the bite.
Yeah, I will always have this.
Edward, what are the 4 R's?
Oh, that's right, Beaver.
I get them for you. 1 second. Now you just threw me off. Give me a.
I always defend big, beautiful ladies against Brad. So.
Thank you for defending Necro. Do you like them plump? Are you a plump and dumper, Necro?
Absolutely.
Did you like that, Beaver?
I did. That's my boy.
Plump and dumper. Oh.
Hey, quick question to the room. I just need just a yes or no if you think this is a fair question. Was the U.S.'s attack on Iran in 2026 necessary to keep the U.S. safe from an imminent threat from Iran? Would you agree that that's a fair question? Is it phrased? Is it not? Is it loaded? If I wanted to find a determination, is that a good question to ask?
So
Definitely
one word.
It's imminent.
Yeah.
It's subjective.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. That's going to be the key word. That is going to be subjective, because that's the issue.
Beaver, I meant to change the poll. Sorry, my bad.
That's cool.
But yeah.
So yeah, well, yes, thank you. But that is what we're determining, whether Iran was an imminent threat or not whether it was a threat. I think everybody agrees that Iran was a threat, but whether it was an imminent threat, because that's what the United States president, that's what Trump said to us.
I mean, you can flip it and say, is Iran currently... Oh, I just thought about it. Sorry, I had a glass of Pinot Noir to wind down. Hold on.
I mean, you could whittle it down to, does Iran have their finger on the button to fire the nuke? That's imminent. Or are they close enough to developing a nuclear weapon in a few months? Like, to me, that's...
Yes.
You could argue that's imminent. I mean,
Yes.
It's just...
Is Iran a threat to the U.S. today?
And KK, by the way, and I mentioned this earlier, I don't know if I'm repeating, the great Satans of the world, as they say, they could just use the nuke as a hostage leverage, you know what I mean? For the Strait of Hormuz, they could just own that because they have a nuke, you know what I mean? So it's not like they have to eat a nuke. You got that, right? I think you've heard that with me.
Yes, and that's the issue, is the threat and then the lack of accountability with the IAEA, which they're supposed to have access to. That was agreed upon how many decades ago? So they're playing that game. Well, you can't, because I have something. So when is that something actually going to come to fruition? That should be the worry, and it's just been pushed down the road. But I get what you're saying, Matt. I hope that helped.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Emma, I think the threat has always been imminent. I think I put this in the chat. It's been imminent since 1979. It's just a matter of how imminent and how mature an operation is at any given time. But the threat has always been there. It's measured in degrees at any given point.
Yeah, can I answer that question too? I'm Stephen Powell. This is my first time in the room. I'm a retired military veteran.
Hi,
I did
Stephen.
serve 16.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your family to sharing you with us.
Yeah. So I went over there. I went to Iraq in 2003, and I was up near the Iranian border. So I saw a lot of things that was let me see, how can I say this? Very disturbing and diabolical, right? Meaning, their mindset and how they live over there is different from how we think in America. And my whole point is this, is that the war is a preventive measure for what can happen, right? Because if you understand the mindset and the historical context of what they've been doing, And if you read in the Bible, even if you look in the Bible and how and where they came from, there's always been a threat, and there's still going to be a threat. So what's happening is, from a military perspective, you want to put preventive measures in place so that if you don't want to wait to respond to something that's already happened, you want to respond with a punch first. Let me say it why, because how many people will get hurt if we were waiting to them to respond to us, and we're having people getting, unalived and everything else. And so from a soldier's perspective, yeah, it's hard being away from your family, being over there, but I'm protecting the very thing that I value. And that's how I live in the country. You have to, whatever you value is what you're going to protect, right? And so for me, when I was over there and I saw how the mindset of the people, yes, there are good people over there, but there are some evil people over there too also. And let me tell y'all, folks, I'm going to tell y'all something. It's a different mindset when you're over there. I'm talking about when you've seen things. Saddam Hussein was very evil too. He bombed his own people. There were a village there that he had took these nuclear gases, and he had put them on the people because they were resistant against him. So you have to understand how the mindset of how people who wants are near Fallujah. Actually, that's what near Fallujah. Actually, that's what I was.
Oh, so you were in Fallujah 2003. Zara? Oh, so you were in Fallujah 2003. So you were there. You were there Fallujah 1 when they put the block.
Your husband's unit was with us, 1st Marine Division out of San Diego, correct?
He was out of there, yes, sir.
Yeah, so they actually saved us because we were having a hard time with Fallujah because they were so much over there, and so they would attack our main supply routes, and so over there, and so they would attack our main supply routes, and so we had to go through Fallujah. So the 1st Marine Division went over there and they cleaned. Yeah, it was. But my whole point is that when I'm very patriotic when it comes to this app and what we can do. Look how we're having this conversation on this app. Do you know in North Korea and other countries, you can't talk about the leaders and be free to do that? You understand what I'm saying? So we have to value what we have and what we're doing now. And we may disagree on things, but this is what I fought for. This is what I joined the military for. And of course, when I was over there, I said, I said, I'm going to see a threat, from a military perspective, we get at it first because we'll say, hold on, you're not going to do this. Because if you wait until they attack and then you respond, you might not be able to respond. So I hope this might clarify some questions and everything about people, about what's happening while the war is happening. Of course there's going to be disagreements, but at the same time, man, listen, we have the freedom, we have the opportunity to have our voices, and that's a good thing, and I'm going to land here.
And the goal is to corner China, because at the end of the day, Venezuela and Iran was their top 2 oil kingpins that they was running oil barrels from.
There you go. I was going to get to that.
Sean, Stephen, I added you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
Stephen, were you in Ramadi?
I was near Ramadi, so I was. Okay. It was an airfield up near Al-Takada. It was called Al-Takada Airfield.
That's Al-Lambar, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we were up there near the Iranian border, and what we were doing is we were supplying some of the what other parts we were in, but we were servicing all those infantry units and stuff. We were supplying them. Plus, we were helping out special forces. So,
okay.
Yeah, Stephen. I always ask that question about. Oh, sir.
Sorry, Sunset. I'll give it to you in just a moment.
What's interesting.
Yes, I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make this point. Maybe people may not understand, but anyone that's served in the area or whose family is served in the area will understand why we have more of a disdain for terrorist groups and the countries that fuel these terrorist groups by proxy than anything. So Stephen was up there along the Iranian border. Why? because you wanted to shut that actual flow of terrorists coming in that aren't even Iraqi, right? So then also when it comes to not just Iran, but then also Syria, that was an infantry battalion's whole job is to hold that line of Syria, not let the Syrians to come in to make it more of a clusterfuck than it already was. So it wasn't to battle the actual Iraqis all the time. It was always to battle people that actually wanted to benefit from the Iraqi community, country, to the detriment of the actual Iraqi people. They would come in, they would slaughter, they would use their women as children, as shields, they would use their mosque, hospitals, and school kids or schools to harbor all their munitions, their terrorists, and everything. So it's sometimes people don't understand, like, well, Hamas is nothing, Hezbollah is nothing. No, those are the ones that they pop around that whole Middle East that causes more harm than any other country, just one military group. So when you were talking about that, Stephen, I'm like, yeah, you guys did it along the Iranian border. Then 2 years later, it was along the Syrian border. So they had to go all along the Syrian border. They did a 9-city sweep, non-stop of clearing out, knock, knock, get all the bad guys out, you bad, you dead, go on to the next one, separate the women and children to find out who are the friendlies and who are not. So I think people don't understand the gravity of why there's a disdain for them and why a lot of military families can't stand Iran for harboring and letting those groups, those terrorist groups, come in and ruin their country, but also other countries in the area. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh no, I was just gonna say when I was asking him his MOS, this is because last time we had a guy come up here and I asked what his class was in the Navy, and he come to find out he was a chow hall cook on a ship. He was telling us how World War III was going to play out. So I always ask everybody's MOS.
I have a question, Stephen. Stephen, I have a question for you. Because I was over in Israel when those Scots were being shot. I was visiting, and I remember seeing the Patriot.
I used to be in a unit that used to order these missiles, right? All these radar units. So you have a radar unit that identifies any type of Scud missiles or any missile that's coming towards where the United States might be camped at or where we might be serving at, right? So these missiles, matter of fact, they have them in Korea right now. So if a missile goes up in the air, it's going to automatically identify, and then they're going to have, and you have to, the thing about the air defense is, they can see those missiles coming. And that's the reason why they were over in Israel, because the reason why they had them there is because they can intercept those Scud missiles from either hitting the target. That's why.
I mean, that was the first of that. That was the beginning, the birth of it. But it was weird because, I was over visiting and I remember something very distinctive that now you don't see, but when you had to go into a shelter, they had gas masks because of the fear of what was in those Scuds. And they actually had, I don't know about the accuracy, but they hit a very wealthy suburban town where the defense minister lived in a really nice neighborhood, and they hit a home right near his home. It was interesting what they were aiming for. But for some reason, there was something with those missiles back then that had an agent in them or a fear of a chemical agent.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking
about?
Yes.
That's what they were trying to do right then. It's a nerve agent.
It's a nerve agent. Yeah, it was a nerve agent. And this is what Saddam did. Actually, I can't think of the town right now that we went to. I'll find it later. I have to ask my buddy. But we went there, and this is from 91 when he had sent those Scud missiles and hit that town, and the people were showing us where they had burn marks from where the nerve agent had hit them. So you have to understand how, when they're looking at Americans, a lot of these terrorist groups, they look at us as if they can unalive unalive one of us, they got, it's like a trophy to them because of what they believe. They are very radical when it comes to what they believe, right? You have a lot of the stuff that's happening over is because of this war of the Sunnis and Shiites, right? These are two Muslim groups that are fighting for power, and this has been going on in the Middle East for so long. And so this is why you have so many people, so many wars that happen over there because somebody needs to be in power. They want to control everything. So my whole point is this, is that when I went over there and we saw these things, number one, it makes you grateful for what you have in America and why you're over there. Number two, you want to protect. Because I got children, I want my children to be raised. I don't want my children to be unalive because we're not protecting our country. And so this gives me the passion to say, hey, look, yes, we can have compassion on other countries that don't have the same thing. But I believe also that you have to have standards and borders, and you have to have things so that we can protect what we have. If we don't protect the value of what we have in America, then it won't be America anymore. And in my opinion, this is why I don't believe in open borders. I don't believe in things like that because they're taking the value of what is country and it's being devalued by allowing other people to bring cultures and mindsets that's going against American culture and saying, well, this is America now. No, this is not how we operate. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to land there.
Sean, did you want to chime in? Sorry, we were a little bit long, Sean.
Damn, I didn't.
And thank you for allowing me to share. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Oh, no, thanks for sharing, Steven.
What the hell was I about to say?
We were talking about border, Iran. Is there an imminent threat? Bima asked a question.
It was definitely imminent threat. Threatening the petrodollar. Anybody that threatens the situation of that needs to be eliminated immediately. Indefinitely.
Okay, I like it.
Hey, brother, so I want to ask you, who got control of our ancestors' treasure box?
Wait, what?
Check that out.
I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. The goal is to corner China. At the end of the day, the ultimate showdown is when they try to take Taiwan. They will need to make sure that Korea and Japan. May I finish? When it comes to Korea and Japan, we need to make sure that they have enough weapons. Japan has bought $60 billion in weapons. And Takaichi last year scaled up $250 billion in defense. You have Korea that's literally both quality and quantity when it comes to the situation of military production. Korean defense stocks has been up 192% since last year. So once the ultimate showdown happens, then we can see essentially a complete boom, industrial boom. Then you have $18 trillion that Donald Trump has essentially then raised from both CapEx, foreign direct investment, and trade deals on military production. Respectfully, President Trump needs to scale the defense budget from $1 trillion to $3 trillion by the end of his term.
Over the edge, bro.
Damn, man.
Yeah, man, keep talking, nigga. You try to put us up in some shit that we ain't gotta be, nigga. When the last time you ever
Speaks, John.
Dude.
Okay, my bad, bro.
All this drunk ass babble, man.
At least he apologizes. Let's give him that. Keep going, Sean.
Like I
He's
said,
just excited.
Man, when it comes to this situation, you're still talking. Dear Christ. Like I said, when it comes to those situations, military defense needs to go to $1 trillion to $3 by 2028. Scenarios when it comes to China, we destroy any capabilities of Iran getting a nuke, and need to be able to make sure that we can keep on competing in space. Because most of the situation that we see in Iran has been done on what? The air, the space, different altitude, photonics, military robotics, defense systems. Essentially, we need to put that brown noise where anyone tries to come into scenarios of certain protected zones, they need to be bleeding from their ears. Like how in Venezuela, how literally the security guards said, shit, I want to fuck with the United States.
And now it's because of what? That machine then turned literally stomach inside out, bleeding from the nose, shitting their pants, and literally destabilizing them without essentially dropping a bomb on them.
Damn, you getting dirty.
Because at the end of the day, when it comes to the military defense, nobody can't really outthug us. Nobody can't really bang with us. Because $1 trillion of investment, $3 trillion, hell, Japan has spent over $250 billion. China is literally someone that we could take out based off their radar, can't even track our B-2, our stealth bombers, our jets. And essentially, we need to make sure that we are the ultimate apex predator on Earth.
Clown. You sound like a clown.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for your comment, Sean. I think one of the most interesting things about the Iran situation is the imminent threat phrase, the imminent threat package that we were sold. A lot of people disagree with me, and that's okay. You could disagree. I think this is coming down to really just opinion, but it's very interesting. People get very frustrated with me. Welcome, everyone. I'm Bima, the most hated and dumbest person on the app. And if you were to describe what you mean by imminent as... I love you, A-Tech. I speak the truth. I might be dumb, but I do tell the truth. Think on this. If you were... I was so interested. And I was like, this is the first time I've done this, by the way. I just did this within the past 3 minutes. I went and I created tabs of all the best AIs, the best AI chatbots. And, you know, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud, Grok, Meta, DeepSeek, Cursor, Gemini, did I say that? Venus. And it's so interesting because I phrased it exactly as I phrased to you all. I gave the same exact prompt to everyone, and not one of them have come back and given me a yes indicator that yes, Iran was an imminent threat to the United States. And I asked them all to explain and give their own, to give supporting evidence or whatever. And we're talking, I mean, I'm not saying AI is everything, I'm not. But I also know that I'm not crazy, right? I've become under fire for pressing the room to explain what you mean by imminent threat, imminent nuclear threat. What is your criteria? Explain the criteria. And people seem to get very frustrated with that. So I think we can admit that. Was Iran a threat? Sure, Iran was a threat, but was it an imminent threat? I don't know. I still, I guess I'm empowered by AI agreeing with me. Of course, I'm sure somebody else, we can do a different prompt. If anybody wants to offer me a different prompt to then run through all of these, I'd be happy to do that with your own question. But Pentagon tells Congress, no, Iran wasn't a threat. There was no, imminent threat. And your assessment on what we consider imminent threat, that criteria was not met. Not saying it's right, but just to open up discussion. Wondering, those of you who still believe that it was an imminent threat, I challenge you, create your criteria or provide your criteria. What do you mean by imminent versus, I guess here's an extra thing, and I'll end here. A lot of the chats, they admit that it was a preemptive, and that's what I also admit that it was a preemptive strike, but not a strike because of an imminent threat. Thank you.
Bima, I think you're asking the wrong question, personally, and we've went over this, 2 days ago, exactly. but perhaps you need to ask the question where it's a threat, first of all, and second of all, is it a good thing that we went into Iran and we stifled the ability to have nuclear capability? Whether the threat is imminent, why don't you take the word imminent, and with your AI and your Google, for me, I'd take out a big thick thesaurus and find all the different words similar to imminent. But why don't you focus on threat as opposed to imminent, and then decide whether it's a good thing that their capability was stifled and stopped from possessing and developing nuclear proliferation.
Yeah,
Perhaps look at it that way.
Yeah, I'll do that. Would you, Abby? Would you like to give me the phrase? I'll type it in exactly word for word.
Do you have a book? Do you own books? Just curious. Does anyone in here own books?
Yeah, I actually do.
You have a thesaurus?
Abby, do you know what I just signed up for today? I'm really excited.
I don't mean to be in a disparaging way. Like I'm just like the old-fashioned way of looking.
It's the Libby app. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, which is an online your library. So when you go to your local library, and you get your library card. This is now a online, so you can think of the massive amount of books that you're able to.
Do you have to show your
rent
ID
out,
to
loan
get
out.
that?
You need to provide your local library card. You do.
Okay. So if you pick up, and I'm old-fashioned, I like thesauruses. So if you look at a thesaurus and you look at the word imminent,
well, I'm like,
play with it if you want, or play with the word threat. Those two words.
Threat was what was sold to us.
Okay, but it doesn't. It's not a question. Threat is what is sold to us.
Well, no, we all agree that it's a threat.
Okay, so getting rid of it is getting. I'm going to be Socratic. I'm going to be Socratic with you.
Is North Korea a threat? Well, I would like that. Sure, yeah.
Okay.
But we have to have it back and forth, so I'll answer your questions, but you have to answer mine. Fair?
Go ahead.
Okay, no, you could go first. I just want to know if that's
okay.
Fair.
Is threat?
You answer mine. Yes.
Is a threat something you should be concerned with?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if the threat elevates to a higher level than basic threat, define the levels of threat. At what point should you be concerned?
Well, that's, I think, what imminent threat, that criteria was created.
I'm sorry, I should have said this to you. Answer it without using the word imminent. Use every other word but imminent.
So you escalate it when you can verify that the threat has escalated to a specific. It's mobilized into a specific and verified threat that's going to happen, right? Because before that, you're guessing, and people get mad and say things, and countries say things all the time and whatever, but it's not. They don't always follow through, right? So the idea would be to verify, to confirm, to verify what type of threat it is, to verify the time, location, place, to verify the threat is actually a legitimate threat.
Legitimate's a good word. So are we looking at something approaching? Is it forthcoming? Is it on the horizon? Is it, at what immediacy? Is it unavoidable? Define this threat in another word, and maybe you're stuck on the word imminent, but look at all the other words around it, and now you're sitting in a position of power and you're assessing the vulnerability of your country and the world, because you sit in a position of a world leader, and you weigh all of those words around the word threat, and you have to make an assessment. So I being stuck on the word imminent, because that was the choice that day that was used in a speech. I mean, you could have used a lot of these other words that I just said, and I haven't, just sit with a thesaurus and come up with something brewing. Is it on the way? Is it inevitable? Is it pending? I mean, there's so many words to to define where that threat, what level that threat is when you do an assessment. And I think that's an important process that someone or our intelligence analysis had to go through and come up with a decision.
Would you agree that if there was an imminent threat in the United States, let's say a country, let's say tomorrow, a particular country says that they are going to attack the United States with a nuke that they got from the black market, and they let us know. They say it's incoming, and in 24 hours we're going to attack. This comes from the top of a country saying that. Would you say that in that moment that we would need a formal declaration of war, or a formal declaration of war would be justified?
I mean, there's so many facts to that. What did our intelligence discover? What black market? How do you buy a nuclear weapon?
Yeah, it's all that we're gonna steel man it. We're gonna steel man it.
I hear you, but I would look at all the circumstances surrounding it. And
but we're gonna steel man and say that it's
assessment. And you have to make an assessment. That's why you have a whole huge department.
Right, but don't focus on that. Don't focus on that. You're missing my point. My point was, would we need to, at that point, get a formal declaration of war? Or could we
what do you mean by a formal declaration of war?
Well, a country is
what do you mean by a formal declaration of war? Can a president make a decision?
Congress.
Well, no, I don't think we need a formal declaration. We haven't done one since 1941. When did it actually pass through Congress for World War II? We haven't had a declaration of war with all of our battles since then. So do I think we need a formal declaration? No.
You don't need one of that.
Bima, let me ask you like this, Bima. I want to ask you this.
Go ahead, Mike. You say.
When it comes to the imminent part, like let's say like there's an abusive husband, right? And he only beats his wife when he's drunk, right? And he doesn't beat her when he's not drunk, but only when he's drunk. And let's say that the wife's brother, right? The brother of the wife, one day just comes over and just fucking beats the shit out of the dude, breaks his jaw, puts him in the hospital. He's like, nope, you're not going to beat my sister anymore. Like, you're done. And then they're like, well, he wasn't drunk, so it wasn't like imminent. You know what I'm saying? So, or another example, a school shooter. Let's say a kid is stockpiling weapons and threatened to shoot a school in a month. Then it's like, now it's only a week out, and we arrest the kid because he's about to shoot a school up. Was it imminent? Now it seems like you're arguing for like the problem would be we'd arrest the kid on weapons charges. We wouldn't be able to get him on murder. So the problem would be the kid would only go to jail for like a couple months, maybe a year, and then he'd get out, right? It's like you want to wait for him to do the crime so we can have the problem. Imminent is this kind of weird thing, right? If it's a threat, it's a threat, period. And they were posing a threat.
Yeah, I think that you moved away from your first example because you realized that wouldn't be justified. We wouldn't be able to justify someone going over and beating up a person if they're not actively or about to commit. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We both know that there's no law that's going to protect that person, that initiator. Now, if the husband, right, said, I'm going to, after I get off work, I'm going to come and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you after work, right? Now that changes, okay? That changes everything. Or, with the school shooter situation, yes, imminent threat, yes, you have the criteria that's met. You have the tool, you have the time window, you have the plan. That is what an imminent threat is. But we didn't have any of those things with Iran. We didn't have a time window. We didn't have a particular threat. We didn't have them saying that we are going to do this. We didn't have none of that criteria was met.
How do you know this?
I mean, like the Pentagon.
Why are Americans feel that we deserve to know everything all the fucking time before it even happens when it comes to our national security? That's idiotic. That it doesn't work like that. The other thing is, Bima, when you're talking about all your AIs and everything you put in, and you worded the perfect sentence you thought to be able to get a better outcome, you had some information holes. And the information holes is exactly what I talked about, is what you don't know, or AI doesn't know, or AI will never learn because it's classified. You're talking about military strategy, you're talking about intel, you're talking about military history, you're talking about present conditions right now that are changing every single day. So when you have those holes, you're only going to get a top level, not an actual organic level information to get an authentic outcome, because you're missing some data points in that question.
Yeah, so I agree. I
great point, KK.
Yeah, I understand that. But would you agree that if anybody were to know, though, because I'm not asking for I want the time, date. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking to our intelligence, was that criteria met? Because you said it's met, so I'm just asking, was that criteria met? And would you agree that more than anyone, that the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies of the United States would have the best idea of whether or not Iran was an imminent threat? Yes or no?
Yes, but you know when they do that and make that determination, but wait, ma'am, do you know when they do that and make that determination, they always provide it at the post-action brief. They've got a pre-action, then they got the shit going on, and then the post-action. They can't actually offer an actual, let me see. Oh no.
You guys.
Okay, sorry, you can hear me still.
They can't formulate what that is going to be until post-action. We're still in the middle of it. We literally are still in the middle of it. So they can't actually say like, oh, well, this is right, this is wrong. We don't know what the next plans are going to be. You have to understand, this isn't something that the Pentagon just said willy-nilly, oh, we fucking bored, let's flex a little, go America, we're going to do this. This has been planned out, trained for decades. Decades. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, they have role played this with every scenario, with every Ayatollah, with every family member, from the first son, second son, third son, the uncle and the uncle's goat. Like, they role play this stuff out so much, and the CIA and their intel kind of helps to kind of develop how we're going to go forward. But we're still in the middle of it now. When the major operations are done, and the Department of War can offer a debrief of the actual actions, then we will have a better idea, and the truth will be beholden and show. But until that time, if we pressure our military and our intel to reveal it, now all we're doing is putting our military and our warfighters, our analysts, our agents that are out there in the field at risk. So after this is done, absolutely, they should be able to provide a brief, but not during.
We can't keep being reactive. Like, you can't just keep waiting for shit.
Right. Well, I was curious with Bima and her intellectual exercise. Bima, what's the opposite of imminent?
The opposite of imminent. Unimminent. I know that.
What do you think the opposite of it is? And don't go Google.
Not immediate. It wouldn't be immediate.
You think that's the opposite of imminent? Would it be remote? Would it be far away?
No, I wouldn't say remote.
Well, how about this? It's called the axis of resistance. It's called structure threat. And the structure threat's been like what KK said. The structure threat's been going on when they fund all of the terrorist groups. They're getting intel the whole time. It's called a structure threat. They know the structure. They're watching it real time.
It's constantly imminent. Right.
Exactly. No. It's just structured, guys. Listen, you don't know that the
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, and what happens is most, like Kiki said, us Americans, because we're not in the Middle East, we don't even read enough to really check and see what's going on. They are bent, and we all have to know this. They are bent to destroy countries with a nuclear weapon. That's the actual threat of the theocracy. Okay, this is the imams, because they believe that in order for the imam to return, that there has to be a fiery explosion. Okay, most people don't know that's the ideology. So when you hear access of threat or access of structure, that's what they're talking about. Okay, it's just a complete difference because we're going from a different sheet of music than they are.
And you also have to understand, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that, Bima, but I do think there might be a gap in just kind of like where your knowledge might be as far as what Iran, especially what Edward was just talking about, right? A structured threat. So somebody earlier brought up if there's a man beating a woman constantly, but let's just say this man hasn't killed anybody. He's beaten his women in the past, right? He has a pattern of this, but he hasn't killed anybody. Your logic would say, let's wait till we actually see him progressing or escalating to that point. Then, we'll do something to stop it. Now, you back a little bit and you were like, well, yeah, if we know that this man is abusive, then he does pose an imminent threat, right? Because you're familiar. I'm not saying you've experienced it, but we're all familiar with like domestic violence and where that being leaked, right? We've read stories about it, we've heard about it, experienced it adjacently or personally, but we know these things. There's not an information gap that you have with that. Right now, with Iran.
He can snap it anytime.
Right, he can snap it anytime, and you know this, right? We got stories, we got movies now with Iran, however we want to say it. You're just saying, oh, they didn't pose an imminent threat. And there's like a gap there. Like, wait,
I ran to Canada and you ran to uranium.
Excuse me,
So
Mr.
there's...
XB, shut the fuck up and get out of this room. Let's throw him out. Bye. Goodbye. We're not going to live with you anymore tonight. You disrespected Mr. Edward. We don't play that shit. So no. Bye. Leave. Thank you. Keep going, Sean.
So, Jerry, thank you. This is good. So when you say like Iran they don't pose an imminent threat, that kind of displays there's a gap there that, there's not like a lot of knowledge. And I mean, hey, we're all learning, some people know more than others, but to say that they didn't pose an imminent threat, that's literally equivalent to saying, hey, the abusive husband doesn't pose an imminent threat to the person that is abusing your wife or whatever, right? People will look at you like, what? You're crazy.
What comes after the threat, violence? What comes after the threat, though? If the threat is taken upon, what happens? Violence. So do you want the threat or do you want the violence?
Right, and then look how it escalates, right? We could still keep it on the domestic violence, right? Because then what happens if the man or the woman, whoever is the aggressor, right, they end up doing something horrible, right? And then we look at the pattern. Oh, the wife had been calling the cops. She got a restraining order. She had been doing this, that. Everybody been trying to help. Nobody did anything. And this happened for weeks. We knew it was going to happen, right? Your logic says, let's wait until something happens. And when do you know it's going to happen? You don't. So are you going to be proactive? Are you going to be preemptive in a situation? Or are you just going to wait until the worst happens, and then you're going to try? What can you do once the worst happens? Once the cat's out of the bag, let's just say Iran does get a nuclear weapon. Then what? They're getting a nuclear weapon. To what? Not use it? They're going to use it. Now it's a totally different situation, right? That you're saying, hey, let's just wait and see what they do. Like that's not really logical in the Senate.
Anybody else want to chime in for Bima's brain thought?
Bima's thoughts are the typical liberal thought. It's like, oh, is it imminent? What's your plan afterwards? What are you gonna do after that? Are you gonna send American troops in? What are you gonna do? It's gonna be another Iraq. Okay, after the military. It's just like this way. So to be honest, when people are talking, I didn't even talk. None at all. It's a typical liberal talking point. So like, what's your plan afterwards? civilians are dying. The people of Iran don't want this. It's all the same rubbish. You know, the people of Iran want freedom, like everybody else. Yemen is like, oh, I'm like 10 days away from nuclear bomb. Oh, I have a nuclear bomb. The same thing happened in North Korea in the 1990s when President Bill Clinton did deal with Kim Jong-un's father at the time. You know, and they kept making deal after deal. They kept giving him billions of dollars. And what did he do? He just lied. And eventually North Korea was like, oh, anyway, we just took all your money and we make a nuclear bomb anyway. That's why you can't do anything about North Korea at the moment. Can you imagine a nuclear-armed Iran without shadow over themselves? That'd be like death to everybody. I mean, they shot a missile at Diego Garcia, and their president said it was like, what? They limited it to 2,000 kilometers. Turns out it's more like 5,000 kilometers. You know what I mean? The U.S. has to dismantle this government. Not the Iranian people, obviously, but this government's got to go. And I'm sick and tired of people that never got off their couch to tell President Trump, like, oh, well, you see what, he knows exactly what he's doing. You know, it was so funny 2 days before they fired Diego Garcia, the BBC was saying, oh, but the Iranian president Pezeshkian said like they limited to 2,000 kilometers, and then they fired a ballistic missile at Diego Garcia, and the U.S. had to shoot it down because Britain doesn't have weapons to shoot it down. You can reach London, you can reach every capital. I don't think the only one they can't reach is Dublin. You know. So if that threat is not imminent, I don't know what the hell it is. You're dealing with like an Islamo-fascist government. These people want death, they want martyrdom. Give them death and give them martyrdom. They can go with the 72 gods to, you know, Ali or whatever they call it. But I think like it's about time. We've been talking about this for 47 years. I mean, President Trump said this in 1980, 1 year after Ayatollah Khomeini got in power. He was like, you think Khrushchev is terrible? But you have to talk about Ayatollah Khomeini. He's been talking about this for a long, long time, way before he got into power. So those retards also that say, oh, Israel, he's been talking about this for a long time. And it's in videos, it's in magazines and everything. I'm just glad they're doing something about it. And then after that, they can do something about Cuba. But yeah, I just think in times like this, don't listen to liberals. I mean, it's the same liberals that have just gone over to Cuba, closed the fucking blackout to have a fucking concert in the only 5-star hotel in the entire country. It's like the worst optics I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. But I think what America and the state of Israel are doing, I think is terrific. They gotta go till the end. I have a lot of Iranian friends that are worried. You know, they're more worried about America stopping because it means the regime stays in power. They're more worried about the repercussions because if the U.S. stops, it's liberation. They call it a liberation mission. They don't even call it a war because these people have been fucked up for like so long, you know, terrible situation. And yeah, I just pray to God that President Trump doesn't listen to retards. He doesn't stop the war, and he topples the government. What comes after Kanye West and this evil bastard government they have? Cheers, KK.
Well, it's like the concept of like, you know, you hear people saying, you know, oh, well, if anyone ever fucking touches my kids, I'll fucking kill them. I'll fucking bury them. I'll fucking kill them. And you're right. If anyone ever touches my kids, I'll do the same thing. But if you could stop it before they do anything to your kids, wouldn't you rather do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got contractors in your house, I don't want to leave the contractors in my house, even going out front for a second. Say, well, if they fucking touch my kids, I'll kill them. Yeah, no shit. But I can stop them from touching my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd rather stop it than wait for it to happen and then react to it.
And I see violence.
I mean, can we say someone like Saddam Hussein for 20 years terrorized the world and was evil, and the thought that he would have had nuclear weapons. So when the Israelis went in and took out the nuclear facility or reactors, whatever they built it. Can I like finish what I was saying? What the fuck is that? It was was necessary. The thought of Saddam Hussein having nuclear weapons to the world and what we would have faced. I mean, we stopped it, and there are times the United States has gone into bad regimes and stopped them from, before it got to the point of threatening the world. I mean, Libya, Gaddafi, and what Gaddafi was to the region, some of these, there are historical references where a country has gone in and stopped a cancer from growing. And whether you like military action or not, sometimes it's necessary.
But did we really stop cancer in Iraq?
Well, we did. We definitely stopped communism with Che Guevara, but I think you love him, Necro, if I remember. You're a fan.
Well, I mean, he's someone who I think does have principles, but
yeah, as he brutalized a population, murdered people in the population. I mean, do you want to?
Necro, you would agree that after Saddam was taken out, there's people there pulling down his statues. Like we want.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but
the people.
And should he have had nuclear weapons?
Well, sorry, what?
And how would you feel if he had nuclear weapons?
He didn't have nuclear weapons.
But he could have. He was developing them, correct?
No, he wasn't.
What do you think Israel went in and took out? What year did they go in?
No, it was in 2003.
You're confusing nuclear with mass destruction. They're two different things. The nuclear weapons that he was building and the reactors that he was building, they took out. Someone remind me what year they went in.
It was 1981. Menachem Begin. It's called the Begin Doctrine in 1981. The state of Israel bombed his nuclear reactors, which he got from France at the time, and President Reagan actually sanctioned the state of Israel for like 2 years, I think, at the time. Yeah, don't take away the nuclear reactors, but it's called the Begin Doctrine.
Thank you. I remember the year.
We should just be clear, it wasn't about nuclear operations. It was about stealing oil.
No, I'm talking about 1981.
Yeah, I know.
1981?
I'm talking about 2003.
No, I'm talking about in Iraq. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about a strike on the nuclear reactors.
In 1981, Menachem Begin, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Yeah, this is before Desert. He's talking before
Iraq
Desert
that was
Storm.
given him by the French. And at the time, you don't even know.
I'm only talking about
President Reagan in 1981 told the state of Israel it was a dumb thing to do. And 8 years later, he apologized. The state of Israel bombed the nuclear reactor in 1981, and also in 2007 when Assad had a nuclear reactor. The state of Israel blew it up because they were getting it from North Korea. It's two different fucking things, bro. Get it correct.
Yeah, no,
I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm talking about the state of Israel blowing it up.
J-Check. Yeah, I understand. I was talking about Iraq. So.
I am talking about Iraq.
Yeah, I'm talking about the.
He's talking about the WMD thing, bro. He's talking about the WMD.
I'm talking about Iraq in 1981.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about nuclear capability now.
That's what we were talking about when you and I were talking. So.
No, I'm talking about Iraq, bro. When the state of France gave Iraq a nuclear fucking reactor, and Menachem Begin blew it up. It's called Operation Orchid. Look it up. They had to blow it up in 1981.
Ashek, he's talking about the invasion of Iraq in 2004.
But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about nuclear reactors and the idea.
I wasn't talking about that.
Saddam Hussein having nuclear weapons. I asked what he thought of Saddam Hussein and what we remember of the 20 years plus that we were terrorized in the world by him, and the fact that he lost the capability of nuclear proliferation. That was the point I was trying to make. This isn't any different.
Dude, have y'all seen that shit of Saddam when he took power? Like the first day he took power, he walks up into the big meeting and he sits down and he fucking starts calling out the people that were dissenters, and they were literally escorted out and executed right there.
Yeah, I have fantasies about that in the clubhouse with people that I hate.
It's fucking nuts.
Do we have an assassination room here?
I was there earlier.
Such as who, baby?
Well, that's what's wild. That like we don't kind of fully grasp as Americans. Like that's how it just works over there. I think somewhere in the 80s, I don't know the country it was. I want to say like Bosnia or some weird shit. But they arrested the husband and the wife, the leaders, and they arrested them, had the trial, took them out back, and executed both of them. Like bang, like all on the same day. It's like that's crazy. Can you imagine?
The husband and wife leaders of I know what you're talking about.
I want to say it starts with a B. It might not be Bosnia, but it was something like that.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Are you talking about Saddam?
No. It was like it was this couple. It was the guy who was the leader. He was a piece of shit.
You're talking about the Romanian one. You're talking about the Romanian one when they saw
Romania. That's what I was
Yeah, Eastern European.
Yeah, Romania. It was Romania.
You're talking about the Romanian one. He got
Romania, dude. They arrested
He's a
him.
dictator.
Yeah, they arrested him, put him on trial, took him out back, and shot him and his wife like that. Boom.
Yeah, fucking camera, yeah.
Like that's fucking crazy, bro.
Abby, the operation you were talking about in 1981 was Operation Babylon.
That was the name. That's a great name for it.
Yes.
Even the Russians, like you think about the Tsar Nicholas or whatever, like 1917 or 1918. Like they overthrew him. They took him, all of his kids, his wife down to the basement and just shot them all.
The Romanovs.
The Romanovs, right? This is like this is like less than 100 and something years ago. This is even
Are those the ones that had Rasputin as like the family friend?
Yeah.
Did you see that TV series about it? Anyone seen that? The Romanovs?
Yeah, but can you imagine like the leaders of your country, their entire family and their kids being taken down to the basement and just executed with machine guns? Like that's fucking nuts.
So it would be like Trump,
It's so crazy that
reading off names. Like, he would say
how
like
they operate over there, bro.
Caitlyn Jennings stepped forward, and they would come and get Caitlyn and take her, or Caitlyn Collins, and take her away. And Jim Acosta.
It's just crazy. Like that's how your regime, that's how your leadership changes. They execute them. They just like shoot them all with machine guns. Like what?
I mean, Nicola Kochevsky was pretty bad for Romania. I mean, he led the dictator. Have you seen videos of Kochevsky in like the 1960s? One President Nixon goes there and everybody's like waving like fucking communist flags and everybody's having. He was a brutal dictator. I'm not surprised they took him with it's on video. He's dead. You can actually Google his death on video when they killed him.
It's just different. Look at how Saddam died, bro. Like Saddam got overthrown and they gave him to his people. They took him down to some shady ass basement. They just hung him. Like it's fucking nuts. They just fucking hung his ass. Like, can you imagine like our president gets overthrown and some radicals just take him somewhere and just hang him on video? It's fucking crazy. Like it's just different over there. Like, this like happened in the 2000s, right? Was Saddam like what 2006, 7, some shit like that?
2006, yeah.
They just fucking these people took him and just hung him in some crazy makeshift fucking gallows. It's fucking nuts.
It's not safe for you.
Elected though.
Yeah, if it is not nuts if you live under their dictatorship.
Oh, right, fair, right. Say to us.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
To you guys, yeah, but
Yes,
because I know if the supreme leader of Iran was arrested by the people, they would tear him in pieces, you know.
And nobody would do nothing. They'd be like, all right, word. It's nuts. Just how it is.
The rage they have from those guys, you know, is unimaginable. I mean, they have the right as well. Just look how many people they killed. They executed, killed, and tortured, raped. God knows how many people.
Big Bird, can I ask you a question?
Who's Big Rock?
Minister.
There's not a minister on stage, sir.
I say just ask it and see what happens.
That's a good.
I mean, well, practice. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Like, yeah, thanks, sis. Yes, ma'am. How you doing? But yeah, I was just trying to see, when I was up in Jam, right? I was up in Jam, and when Thomas
He was kind of like spooked. What did he say? Well,
You're talking to us or Mike?
I don't know.
It's like the movie Airplane. I'm sorry, I'm just having that moment here.
We need an old woman to come and translate the guy.
Wasn't that Beaver Cleaver's mother or something?
Oh, that was a great scene. You remember the scene where they show they give A-Check a basketball and he automatically knows how to alley-oop?
Yeah.
Put on back.
I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue.
I didn't know you liked the sun.
You guys are fucking pricks, bro. I think you were killing it, I do. What's up, man? God, you guys are so rude.
Hey, that misguided me. Hold on, man. Hey, man, what's going on? Y'all, hey, listen, man, John, it's the book of John.
I think this is our friend who is the theater teacher.
Minister. Hey,
The book of John?
We don't know what you're saying, bro.
Do you think I'm right there?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, true.
He said the book of John. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, man, so,
I'll be your junk translator, guy.
No, don't come here with the book of John, the book of
Might be good.
like the book of Daniel and everything else like that.
Good point.
That's terrible, bro. Don't do that. I don't want to become a Hebrew Israelite today, bro. I'm sorry.
Because you might be entertaining angels.
He said be careful
I
because
know
you might be entertaining angels.
I know it's the truth, and you can live the life you want to live, but we're not talking about the book of Daniel, bro.
I would go anywhere. But listen, hold on. Well, let's start let's start right there with Thomas.
Okay.
Let's start there with Thomas, he said.
Yeah, no, we're gonna start right there. Let me sit down first. Go ahead.
Actually, we usually start with Genesis,
Exodus. My wife said immigrants or English is
you know, like in chronological. We start with chronological order, bro. Genesis, Exodus,
Hey, you
Leviticus,
can't stop it, man. You're getting off his train of thought. We're at the book of Thomas, which is like Jesus is here we go.
I just want to thing. So I found some really great evidence to support and to support everybody's argument that scientific evidence about the threshold and how specifically the time that it would take for their the 60% to be turned into an actual weapon. And now I'm steel manning with the utmost, like I'm using the best information that I've come across, which by the way, nobody here has given me, thank you. So clearly I would like, I'm not happy with my level of free stuff, and I'm expecting the quality of the argumentation to get better. But I digress. And so I'm not done. Hold on, wait a second. So I've been able to find excellent by steel manning, by making your argument, okay, which again, I would like to say for a second time, nobody has been able to deliver as wonderfully as I've been able to steel man it myself. Okay. I mean, like, I'm actually convincing myself over here. I'm like, oh shit. Now I'm like in a heated debate with these. Hold on, wait a second. So I'm in like a heated debate now with ChatGPT, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, this could have been 1 to 2 weeks, okay? Like, you don't understand. Like, the science, the Institute of Science is saying that this capability, and you know, and of course, they're going, hold on, if you interrupt me one more time.
Why would they need to get
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to share this. Do you have to keep interrupting? Would you like to talk first? Do you want to talk first and then I can finish? Because it's go ahead, my gal. 2 minutes.
For a dirty bomb.
No, it's not. It's the 60%. Listen, I'll finish once Mike Allen gets whatever he needs off his chest.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm in this heated back and forth. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, Iran isn't going to give us the necessary criteria that we're going to need to be able to terminate him in a threat the way that the United States used that same operative, like, operation to just attack. It's the element of surprise, surprise, right? And all this other stuff, and I'm going back and forth. And it doesn't matter how I'm moving and how I'm arguing this and how quickly, if even the capability is proven, if even the hostages, there are things that are missing to prove that it's an imminent threat, and it's still saying
Let's just
that
say that your threshold is when it hits LA or Tel Aviv.
No. Even if the capability is there, because the hardening capability,
you can't attack anybody until they
what I'm specifically arguing was the imminent threat claim. And no matter how hard I'm arguing, all right, what is wrong? Rich, do you want to go?
You've done
You want to go? Go ahead. You go, and I'll finish when you're.
Honestly, just remove Rich. Okay.
Oh, thank God. Okay, wonderful. So I appreciate it. So I'm going back and forth, and even giving this information, like the last thing I said, this is one of my arguments. I said no, and I was like, you're wrong, because Iran wouldn't deliver and give us the necessary criteria in order for us to determine that there would be an imminent threat in order to respond in time. It's similar to what the United States did. We didn't tell Iran that we were coming. They were done the same thing. So the fact that they were weeks away from a nuclear weapon, the fact that they support multiple terrorist proxies, there is reason to believe that they would have used them and coupled it with the same surprise technique that the U.S. used on them. And the U.S. got one up on Iran, essentially, and that was the imminent threat. We had that very small window, access window, to be able to remove this threat. And so they're like, you're making now a very serious strategic argument. Bill doesn't provide the claim that Iran pose an imminent threat to the United States, right? There is specific criteria, okay? There is a recognizable argument for preventative and preemptive strategy, which is very clear, but those are not the same thing. A state can be approaching dangerous capability without there being enough evidence that an attack on the United States is so imminent that the force is necessary. Article 51 of the UN chapter preserves self-defense if an armed attack occurs, and if border anticipatory theories are usually judged against a strict necessity standard, not merely against danger. So where the critic is strongest, so I'm the critic, right? And which is, you guys are the critics, right? So in this particular way, the critic is strong. Now here, pay attention, because this is your best talking points, because clearly you guys can come up with. Sorry, I'm just picking on you. The critic is strongest on this way. Waiting for a nuclear adversary to announce its intentions is unrealistic. States don't typically send formal notice that they're about to cross the line. And the Institute for Science and International Security, this was the part I was just like, geez, that's really good, has argued that Iran's breakout time for producing enough weapon-grade material had become so extremely short that this was ranging from days to about a week or two for the first quantity of a weapon-grade material. So the critic is right that the timeline for I don't know what fissile is, FISSILE, fissile material production, was compressed enough to alarm any serious strategist, but why this still is not sufficient. The problem is that you're treating surprise as though it automatically satisfies the imminence, and it does not, right? So that would erase the legal and analytical boundary. Yes, boundary between self-defense and preventative war. The mere fact that Iran could have used surprise does not establish that Iran was about to attack the United States. Under the stricter public law framework, the issue is not whether Iran was dangerous or deceptive or hostile. The issue is whether the threat had become sufficiently immediate that it was necessary to justify at that moment. So the hidden assumptions that we're making, right, you guys? Do you want me to give you the definition of fissile? Abby, can I say one quick thing? Hold on, do you need the definition of fissile? Jane, very, very nice. Hold on. Do you need the definition and understand what fissile is? Yeah, that would be. Thank you, Abby. So it's atomic isotopes, and it's usually an element of uranium, plutonium. What's capable of sustaining a nuclear fission chain reaction, which would then
have enough material essential for a nuclear weapon.
Now that we know that, can you go back to that Fissel sentence and read that Fissel
Yeah,
sentence?
read the sentence again now.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me find it.
It was like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We're not gonna find it. That's what I was thinking. But I think we remember.
I believe you.
Good addition.
It was like 3 sentences ago.
I'm gonna do, it was like 4 sentences about
They're like,
Shift F. Fissel, Fissle. Fissle, why? Oh yeah, this was upward. Why does it still not prove imminent threat? Because there are still several steps. One, enough fissile material quickly, or because there are several steps between A, enough fissile material quickly, and B, an imminent threat to the United States. Those steps include, at minimum, a decision by Iran's leadership to actually build upon conversion from nuclear weapons capability to actual defense.
The sentence before the word Fissel.
Stop.
Jane, let us go through this exercise with her. Just chill for a second. Go ahead, Bima. What's the sentence before? I'm not just doing it.
I want to go to bed. I want to sleep.
Well, it's okay. We could, because we'll be up. Go ahead.
Agreed.
Great over. Thank you. There's a whole thing with Trump that I think is getting missed. If anyone has grown up in or near the New York people who are like Trump's lawyer, Roy Cohn.
Why are we going there? We're in the middle of talking about nuclear issue.
You're overcomplicating it. He's gonna go.
Where you want to talk about Epstein? Is that where you're going, Jane?
It's not, Abby. It's really nice of you, though, to let me try to get out a statement that's actually supportive of Donald Trump. He doesn't give a fuck. I think people forget that. He will hit first. It doesn't matter. That's how it is. It's just a rule. It's an ethos. So you don't really have to go through all these histrionics about, what was Iran worth hitting first, of course.
But Jane, what do you think Rubio was thinking? Do you think he had any expertise on this? Do you think he came from any background that could have made an educated decision? Or Secretary of State? What do you think, Jane?
Yeah, Abby, I would imagine so.
Would you guys all agree that it's about fucking time we start punching first and asking questions later?
When you say Rubio, Abby, are you talking about his
time in the Senate with Foreign Affairs, and he was specialized in the access of evil, and this was the area when he served as a senator that he concentrated a lot of his efforts on, and he spoke very often, a lot of public speaking about it, and it was if you look at the Senate and who had the most expertise on the subject, he would be in the top 5 on it. So when I asked, you're talking about Trump just shooting from the hip, and as if it doesn't matter what Trump knows or doesn't know. So I asked about his main advisor, who sits in he has 2 hats on, or 3 now?
He has 3.
Okay, so he sits in a pretty high advisory position to our president. Do you think he had the ability to make an educated decision on that?
He was talking about this 5-10 years ago.
Thank you. I'm taking this off Trump for a second. No, exactly, KK. Like, take it off Trump. Everyone's got the spotlight on Trump. Let's talk about who else was the decision maker on this. So the first person I could think of is Rubio, who was in his ear and was wearing 3 hats on advising on this. National Security, Secretary of State. So Jane, what do you think about Marco Rubio on
Jane, you got anything else, Jane? So I'm about to tear apart Beaver.
Go. Be nice. Miss Jane?
I'm good. Nothing else.
Okay, just wanted to...
Great submission, Jane. Welcome to the stage. Bima, what the fuck, Bima? I hope your plants are doing well, but this is crazy, Bima. The idea that they're like, well, they're just at 60%. You don't need to get at 60% unless you're making weapons. They're talking about what they want to have it for their people, their electrical shit, and blah blah blah, energy and shit. You don't got to get to 60% to do your energy. You don't need. There's no need for it. And then now it came out their missiles can go, was it 4,000 kilometers? It was. Everyone said it can go 2,000 kilometers. Now it turns out a dumbass Iran, it's how dumb they are. They're like, well, watch this. We're going to shoot it 4,000 kilometers. Ha ha ha. Guess what that means?
So what does that mean?
They've been fucking lying to us.
Exactly.
They've been lying to us the whole fucking time.
That's the reason why, Bima, all of your information is based on what is shared as actual truth. We do not know what the actual truth is. And the assumption it is X, Y, and Z, knowing that we are not playing with a good faith player in Iran, it's not wise to do. So that's why the IAEA was not allowed to go in there for how long, and they pushed it off, and I'm sorry the UN is worthless for that, but there's data points that you're giving your sources to formulate this overall schematic for you to understand it and say and validate it if it's true or false, it was imminent threat. We don't know for sure what the timetable is, and now we don't know for sure what they actually have, because what they shot at Diego Garcia, that was a flex. That totally was a flex. Like, okay, we know we're hurting. You took out our top tier leaders and whatnot, but we still got something. See, here you go. We're still flexing. And we didn't think they could go that far. That made France react. That made the UK react. So we don't know what actually that they have, or to actually what level. I'm sure they're going to hold some cards too. And then on the other part, excuse me, just 1 second, please. And then the other part is what I said before is you don't know, nor does the chat bots or AI know exactly what the actual intel is, and it's ever going changing. But like they lied. We need to always assume that they're going to lie because that's all they've done in regards to this whole scenario with these missiles and nukes. We need to assume they're lying because that's what they've shown us in action.
That's me just, that is called papier, okay? So if you're familiar with the term papier, you know what it is. As you're dealing with a regime that lies to its own people. They shoot down the plane. You all, I think, remember the Ukrainian plane that they shut down? And for 4 days straight, in the TV, in the state TV, they were saying that it was not us. They were lying to people, and at the end, with the satellite images that the US and Israel released and showed that the missiles were launched from Iran, then after 4 or 5 days, they finally admitted that, it was us, it was a human mistake, blah, blah, blah. But before that, there are videos that the foreign minister of Iran came to the TV and said, no, it was us, it wasn't us. If it was us, we would have said it, blah, blah, blah. The high ranker GC came to the TV, the experts of the military and missiles and flights, they brought everyone to the TV and denying the fact that they shut down the plane themselves for 4 days. They look straight into our eyes and they lie to us. It's been going on. That's just one example. I have many, many more of these examples to tell you. That's how they fucking lied to their own people, and now they accept that when they are not honest with their own people, that you guys accept that they have like a honest foreign politics and they don't lie to you guys. That's just stupid.
Well, Bima, I wanted to end here with Bima real quick. And look, I love Bima. We've talked a lot. I sincerely hope your plans are well. If me and you have a great time in the real world. We go to Dave and Buster's. You talk to me about plans, which I know nothing about. I talk to you about sports. It'd be a fucking blast. But I'm telling you this right now, Bima, you're so off base right here. Is that imminent threat? This is what I think everyone's trying to get with it. Like, okay, if me and you were to walk into a room, and they're like, hey, everyone who thinks Iran's a threat, just a threat, go stand on the left side of the room. Me and you would both walk to the left. Now, if they're like, well, who thinks they're an imminent threat? Now, you would walk to the right. I would still stay on the left, right? If they're an imminent threat, go to the right. If there's just still a threat, go to the left. You would go to the right. But that means we both agree they're a threat, right? Because, we both go to the left if there's a threat. Now, you use the word imminent. This imminent shit is what you're getting tied up on. And it's not about Iran. They fund other organizations. So the more the powerful they get, the powerful all these little cells get, right? The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these other motherfuckers, right? So then they fund all this other shit, right? So now the Houthis get more powerful. All this other shit gets more powerful, right? It's not about Iran. Iran's like the epicenter of this whole thing. And like I said, so it's time we start punching first and asking questions later. Like, I don't want to bring up movies, but you see in movies where it's like a war movie, they're like, what's the rules of engagement? We can't fire until we're fired upon. And they're like, God damn it. Enough. Like, enough of this reactive bullshit, bro. Like Iran, stop fucking being dead to America. Stop attacking embassies. Stop kidnapping Americans. Stop fucking attacking us. You don't gotta attack a mainland USA to attack America. They've been attacking us. Our way of life. Like, we can talk about the oil and all the other nonsense. Bima, bro. Like, come on. Now they're pissed off because they're losing, so they're going to start shooting down civilians in the street?
Mike, do you really think you can change people, like, thinking in this age? I actually picked the video.
Bima's an awesome human.
Yeah, just let her be. Like, the day that I was talking about,
I mean that, Bima.
People killed and everything. She's an awful person. She was asking me for evidence. She wanted proof that people had died, and I'm not gonna even talk about that. But I picked the video on the top, guys. It's on X. Please try to go look at this video. So this is one of the first protests that broke out in Iran, 1999. This was not an anti-regime protest. It was the students. This was the students in Tehran University. It was Tehran University. The students were complaining, about why don't we have free press. Kitover is the guy that's believed. How Trump says even within this government they're like moderate people. So there is intel that Kitover is the guy who Trump is making negotiation and deal with. So this video on the top, that's not AI. That video was taken in 1999. That's why the quality is bad. But the guy that Trump is negotiating with, the good guy in IRGC, is the guy who ordered this video. So which was his way of handling the protesters, the students asking for free press, was to tie their hands and feet. Bima, make sure you watch it because you love evidence. So this is evidence.
Don't tempt Bima with a good time.
So he asked to tie their hands and their feet and throw them off the university building. This is 1999, and this man is Kitover. This is the guy that Trump is talking to right now. So when you guys see someone like me or Donna, or people who are very sure, they're like, there's no way Trump would do this. I love Trump. I know Trump is a good man. For me to believe Trump would make a negotiation or put some fucking filthy ass guy in office like this guy who tied people's hands and feet and throw them off the building, for me to believe that, I should first have TDS. Does that make sense, guys? Like, listen, we didn't have... Yes.
Okay, I don't want to ask your age, but I want to...
45. I'm 45 years old.
Okay, so you're 80, what, 80? 81?
80, exactly, 80, 19.
All right, I'm 84. So my brother was born in 79. Okay, but whatever. So, tell me what I'm wrong here. Melchizedek? What's the name? The guy in the 50s. Melchizedek?
Ahmadinejad?
What's it? Mossadegh. Alright, so stop me when I'm wrong. So Mossadegh had this thing, and they had the British, this oil thing. It was called the Anglo-Iranian oil, or Anglo-Persian oil thing, whatever. So Mossadegh or whatever, he nationalized it, which pisses the Britons off. So then they throw this this coup, which gets him out, right? And installs.
Can you just stop there? When you say coup starts from top to bottom, right? Not from bottom to top.
Whatever. It was an outside force that overthrew or started the overthrow. I'm wrong there. So whatever. So they get him out, and then the Shah goes in, right? And so the Shah goes in, and then the Supreme Leader was exiled at this point in time.
There was no supreme leader at that time.
Okay, so in 1979, they kidnapped the hostages to get the Shah out. And you know what else I heard? That Jimmy Carter was running for president, and Reagan, who was also running against Jimmy Carter, Reagan negotiated a deal that would not allow the hostages to be released until after the election. Because if the hostages got released before the election, it would help Jimmy Carter. So Reagan negotiated with the Ayatollah or whatever to, okay, go ahead.
No, actually, it's because Jimmy Carter, don't forget, he sent U.S. Delta forces and SEALs to go get the hostages. They all got killed and they all got crushed.
Right.
President Reagan said, "We're gonna if you don't release our hostages, we're gonna kill you all." And then they were like, "Oh well, we'll release it when you come to power." And don't forget, Reagan was the first American president that sunk the entire navy of Iran.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was a deal to release them under Carter. They would have.
There was no deal under Carter.
This is a conspiracy hole I went down, but they're saying there was a deal to release them under Carter. I know they had the botch mission or whatever, but it was even before the botch mission. Reagan promised the new ruling regime, which would be the supreme leader, I guess, after they overthrew the Shah, right? He promised the new regime with Israel weapons and some type of power. So they wouldn't release the hostages until after the election, because releasing the hostages would help Carter. So once Reagan got in power, then they released the hostages, which made Reagan look like the hero, and they funded the new rulership, which is the guy, the Ayatollah guy, right?
Ayatollah Khomeini, but that's not true because in 1980, Saddam Hussein attacked Iran. He invaded Iran, so Iran was already at war before even President Reagan took the power.
But
so
did we help put the Ayatollah guy in?
No. Yeah, under President Reagan, you did, because President Ayatollah Khomeini was in exile. He was in exile in Iraq, and said, "Wait, I'll just tell you something." But Ayatollah Khomeini was in exile in Iraq, and even Saddam Hussein said to President Jimmy Carter, "I need to kill Ayatollah Khomeini. This is a terrible person. I have to kill him."
When did he get? When did he go to exile?
He went to exile in the 1960s, and then he went to Iraq first, and then he went to France.
It was like 17 years.
When he landed back in Tehran, he landed on an Air France flight. That's why the French were the one that really put him in power.
I remember the
French screwed the Iranians, and Carter was a weak, like the worst president ever in the history of the United States. But a combination of Jimmy Carter and a combination of the French got in charge. And then after that, he called it the Red Green Alliance.
Wait, pause. You're going too far. Wait, so the Ayatollah comes back. We're there. That's where we are. The guy comes back. They overthrow the Shah, right?
The Shah was overthrown already when he came back.
Okay.
Because the military stood by the people's side, and they joined the Iranian. They did like some kind of a coup against the Shah, and so Shah left.
I heard the coup was started by the CIA to overthrow the Shah now. So they overthrew the Melchizedek guy to have the Shah. Then they overthrew the Shah guy to get the Ayatollah guy in there. And then now it's like we're going against the Ayatollah guy. So where was it in the 90s? Let's go to the 90s. In the 90s, the Supreme Leader's in charge, yes?
Yeah.
No. Nobody's gonna.
Carmen is in charge, not Comedy.
And then what happens throughout the night?
The babies.
Yeah, and Harmony came. Then the second superintendent.
So what was it like in Iran throughout the 90s and the early 2000s?
What do you mean? What do you mean? This video I posted on the top is in 1999.
Just watch the video. Iran has been held since like 1980.
Pima, did you watch the video I pinged on the top? Because you always ask for evidence. I want to make sure tomorrow you don't say, "Oh, I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. I need to see evidence."
Yeah, I'm gonna just respond to that really quick. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that. But I just want everybody that is listening, because I know it's a very sensitive topic, and I understand that. But
No,
I
it's
don't
not about
think
being sensitive. It's about you sound like a Holocaust denial when you ask for evidence.
Well, right, and I understand that that's how you feel, right?
It's not
But
like
a sensitive, right? But what you're doing is what you're doing.
We have a
Okay, I'll let you go first.
We have a fair election in America. We're not under dictatorship. Voted. We have a president, right? He was briefed by CIA, by Israel. They put evidence in front of him, and he came on TV multiple times. He said 36,000 and more people were killed, and you were asking me for evidence.
You know, if they said the same, you know what's funny about people like Bima? If they said the same thing about
trash.
it'd be like,
That's what's
oh,
about
it's terrible, this is horrible, this is the worst that ever happened in humanity.
There's just trash. That's what they have in common.
She would take people like Bima would take the people of the Gaza ministry of help 100%. If the Iranians tell you 30 to 50,000 will kill people, it's like, oh, where's the evidence? If a Gaza terrorist blows himself up, she's like, oh no, such an innocent journalist was killed. I am so sick and tired of leftists. I'm actually writing to them. Sick people. Honest to God. And they always ask for like evidence and everything else. But when the Iranians tell you the 30 to 50,000 of their own people were killed, you don't care. You don't protest. Not a single protest has come out in London, in Paris, in Berlin, Washington DC, whatever. And you have more evidence of that. That's happening. They killed 30 to 50,000 Iranians. None of you bitches protest. They killed like one journalist in Gaza, quote unquote journalist, that was a suicide bomber. You're like, oh my God, the Iranians fired a bomb at their own school. You're like, oh, the United States locked 266 girls, and you talk about it for like a week and a half.
You know what I mean? Told her my brother was shot in the neck.
These people, sorry, I have to learn something. These people are sick people.
When I told her my brother was shot in the neck, she said maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I guess I don't know.
She doesn't give a fuck,
She
bro.
literally
Don't bear false witness. That's disgusting, Sarah. That's not fair. I never said that to you. I never said that to you. That's not nice. I would have never said that to you, Sarah. That's disgusting. Don't do that. Sarah, I would never fucking said that to you. Sarah, that's really wrong. That's really wrong. You know that I've never said that to you. Stop. Don't lie. No, you're a liar. Okay.
We listen to your words.
Well, you're IRGC, born and raised. I'm not surprised. Go ahead, censor. It's just, it would be just like, go ahead, Iranian. Censor me. Go ahead, censor me. I'm sorry, bitch. You're in America.
Wait, what is Shima calling?
IRGC. Listen to this Iranian. This is what she wants to do. She wants to censor. She wants to...
What does Shima call America?
False misinformation campaign. That's what Sarah does. Sarah, that's wrong, dude. You're fucking wrong.
I don't know if your brother
was wrong.
I don't want to get into this whole thing they killed. I know they're a horrible regime. But what I want to know is how's the government work? Like an Iranian wants to open a business. How does it work? Do they pay taxes? What do they do with the taxes?
Everything, all the money goes to the military, to stealing. Steal money. They just fund the fucking Hamas, Hezbollah, all this bullshit things. They fund like, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's something around 90% of all the money of these terrorists
taxis. They come from IGC.
Dana, are you there? Are you ready?
Yeah. Why do you keep running, Adam?
I heard somewhere that people were like,
Adam, why do you keep running?
You talking to me?
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep running?
What do you mean by running, Donna?
I don't know, my English is not very good, but Alan keeps saying I ran, so I'm just wondering where he's running.
I don't get it.
That's a joke.
If you run, you come in and he's like, what do you have?
Alright.
It was a joke. I didn't get it.
Oh, yeah, because I speak American.
He won.
I ran. He's like, it's Iran. Why do you run?
Well done, sir. Well done, sir. So I heard one time.
Yeah, so what was the question?
One time a guy was like, the people that live in that place, they just want to make a good paycheck, right? They should make a good paycheck, and we want to and then they kind of some other shit. How's it work? Like you make a paycheck, you're not to it.
What do you mean by making a paycheck?
Ask him how much tax you pay.
Oh.
Yeah, how's it work? Like, what's the government do with the taxes? Like, how's the Ayatollah guy? How does he live? Does he live in a state-funded?
He lives in a gorgeous palatial mansion.
Then I hear they have great public education.
So, Dana, what percentage tax do you pay?
It's about depending on how much you earn, it's between 20 to 35.
What does it get you?
So
you don't vote for your politicians, right, so to speak. So, I mean, I assume the politicians are getting a paycheck also, but you really decide who's there.
Exactly. But that's the thing. To see where the tax money and everything's going, you have to go through the, what do you call it, the budgets that the government gives to the parliament to, it's like every year they have like a budget that they give to different institutes in Iran, and they send it to the parliament to vote for it, and of course it's going to be accepted. So basically the majority of the fund goes to first is the state TV of the regime. It's got a huge fund that goes to that one.
Like media?
Exactly. There is no free press or free media in Iran. It's just a state TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so...
Let me add this, Donna. The state TV guys, they're so political and such a bad people. They're going to be one of the first people that... They're Iranian, they're probably going to hang them in the streets. They're going to cut them into pieces. That's how terrible these
just so you... Yeah, just...
Worse, Mike. They've been the worst people on the planet Earth.
Exactly. Just so you know, the head of the state TV is elected by the supreme leader directly.
Oh, there you go. So, Dave, not to put you on the spot, and again, like, I don't, that kind of thing, but let's just say, maybe you have, I don't know. You have an idea and you want to open a business.
Yeah.
How does it work? How does that work?
Well, it depends on the business. If it's a small size business, like you're just getting like, I don't know, a couple of grand a month or something like that, and you don't expand your business and stuff like that, then it's okay. They leave you alone, and you just have to pay like taxes. Maybe you have to give like normal stuff plus some additional stuff to the government forces, so they don't bother you so much.
What do you mean bother you?
Yeah, well, they make it like they do bother you in many ways. Like if for example, you have a company, in the company the staff doesn't wear a job, they come and just give you shits that like why the one in your company is not wearing a job. So you have to pay them some money to leave you alone, or from the so those are the kind of exactly extortion.
What happens if you get too big?
If
IRGC, which we call them SPA, they're gonna take over your business by force. For example, we had, I think it was a Canadian couple, not Iranian Canadian couple, that started this app called Snap. It's like Uber in Iran, but it's called a Snap. Okay, so when they started, at first it was, they were expanding it. It wasn't big, and then the taxi drivers started striking, and then after a while, they also, made them quiet, and then it went on. As soon as the app got started to expand and grow, the IRGC started to blackmail them by, for example, the one story that went viral was that drivers raped a woman, one of the Snap drivers, and that story went viral, and they said, this app has security issue, blah, 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 and they shut it down for a week, and they made them to sell it to the IRGC and government institutes, with very low price. And once they got the drivers, once they got the ownership of that app, then they started, all the stories went away, all the security issues went away, all the strikes that taxi drivers had went away, so we knew that, it was them just causing problem because the business was private.
That's crazy.
I know.
I'll give you another example. They made my uncle, they forced them, their excuse was the sanctions, but medical devices, because he did hard medical devices, he had the import. He had this business for a long time, but he was doing really good. So when Obama placed those first sanctions on Iran, whenever those Obama sanctions were, they forced him to sell his company because they were like, oh, there's sanctions, and he kept saying there are no fucking sanctions on medical devices. What are you guys talking about? So they basically threatened him, so they took his company from him though.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Any business that gets start to expand and gets big.
Yeah, and his business had because it was import export of medical devices, but it wasn't just in Iran. It was in UK, Dubai. They forced and took the whole thing from him. They did pay him well, though. I'm not gonna lie. I know they paid him what was worth the company, but he didn't want to sell. They forced him basically. They forced him to sell it.
Yeah, they do. Even with Digicala, they did the same thing with Digicala. It's like Amazon in Iran. They call it Digicala, and they did the same thing to them as well. So any app, any business, anything that start to grow or be big, they gonna take over. That's why I think about 80 or 90% of the Iranian businesses and economics is running by IRGC in Iran.
When I posted this thing on the top, the link that I posted on the top, I just wanted you to done something like this. And not that he's changed, because somebody was saying in the chat, well, that was 1999. No, he's gotten worse. It doesn't matter if Trump likes him or not. The only way that can stay in power is if they do the exact same thing. Because it's going to be another civil war. I just think Trump has a plan.
I actually think you're right, Sarah. I read on Israel Hayon, I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what the reporter Mitzagal reported is. And the first one out of that meeting was literally Bibi showing Trump video after video of Iranians dying. And it's reported by him, I don't actually believe it, that Trump had to walk out of the room 2 times because was really disgusted by the death that was going on. You know what I mean? I don't think he's gonna make a deal with a savage like this. I just think it's one of those things to calm the markets and whatever. I think he cancels the markets. He's not gonna make a deal with this savage, Sarah. So I really wouldn't be too worried about it. Honest about it. Yeah, like I think like when I talk to my Iranian friends, they're literally more scared of the U.S. ending the war than they are of the bombs. But I think Trump will do the right thing. I don't think he's going to be like, oh, well, yeah, we're just like an excursion there, and we're just going to end the war, you know. They're going to get rid of this government. It's been too long. It's twice now.
Fuck you, Sarah. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You know I know that shit to you. No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, because you talk shit up too. And Sarah, you're a piece of shit.
I didn't even say anything.
You're a piece of shit, Sarah. You're a piece of Iranian shit. No, shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. No, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, Sarah.
Go to fucking go, you racist piece of shit. The funny thing is the radical left is like the racist motherfuckers. I'm American born US citizen, you radical lefty ideology. Fuck you. I hope every single person who's anti-American and wishes bad for America dies from a bad death. How about that, you fucking racist piece of shit? Oh, she calls me in the chat. Let's take screenshots of this. And Republicans say, Democrats, you fucking white lefty bitches, you guys are racist. You guys are sexist.
Well, that went well.
Shit.
That was not gonna go well.
Read the shit that's gonna come out of your mouth, you fucking anti-American little fat pig. And then you fucking racist piece of shit telling me like IRGC born. I'm as American as you are. I don't even know if you're American. You probably have a felony, bitch. You probably can't even vote. You're probably not even as American as I am. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a fucking felony and no rights to vote in America. You fucking piece of garbage, low-life, welfare, unemployed leech of this society. Here, this is what you get for saying racist crap to me, you fucking loser. Why don't we do this? I'll post my tax report, you post yours. You don't have a tax report. You know why? Because you're on fucking welfare. I pay for your fucking food stamp, you piece of shit garbage loser. Sarah, just say call her a black bitch. Say it. No, this bitch, I'm like a born U.S. citizen. She fucking white bitch racist. She calls me like an IRGC born. Like she tries to like say I'm like what? Say racist shit, thinking she gets away of it because she's a fat white lefty cunt. No, bitch. I'll post. Why don't we post it? Why don't we post our tax reports? See, you don't have a tax report.
Black
I
people
pay for your
can't be
fucking
racist.
welfare, you cunt. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Post your tax report, I'll post mine. I know you're on welfare. I know you're on
Black
food
people
stamps.
cannot be racist, Sarah, remember. That's what
She's not black.
Oh, she's not?
Oh, is Bima black? No, she's not.
Yeah.
She's some
No, she's
lefty
black.
white bitch. No.
No.
She's a fat white lefty typical.
The text is
Dude, shut the fuck up. Like, why are you yelling in my fucking ear? Like,
You leave the room if you don't like it.
shut up.
No, leave. If you don't like it, fucking leave. Well, even if you're black, you've identified as a white till today and I haven't seen a picture of you. So you're gonna be white till you post a picture of your fucking fat welfare ass, and then I will accept you're black. Because until today, the last couple years I know you, you've claimed you're white and you're not black. And I don't give a fuck if you're white or black. If you're racist and you're fucking racist piece of shit, trying to tell a U.S.-born citizen that they are some IRGC born because you told them like fucking other racist Holocaust denier fucking type of words. I told you my brother was shot by IRGC See, you said, well, I'm not saying he wasn't, but I. Fucking bitch. At least 10 times this cunt has told me, go back to Iran. If I go to Iran, who's gonna pay for your food stamp, bitch? I apologize to the room, but I
Say something?
Of course, I apologize to the room.
At least, Sarah, you have somewhere to go. The blacks have nowhere to go. They're living in a country that don't want them. You have somewhere to go, at least. They don't.
Who has nothing to go? I don't understand.
You have a country that you belong to. The blacks have
It's
no
fucking
country.
America, yes. My country is America.
Exactly.
So what are you saying? I did not fucking understand what you're saying.
Oh, no. If you ever want to go to Iran, you can go to Iran.
No, I don't want to go to Iran.
Everywhere.
I'm fucking American. I'm not going anywhere.
Teresa, what are you over here talking about blacks for with your fucked up accent, bro? Shut the fuck up, dog. You need to go back to your country, wherever the fuck that is. El Chorizo, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Mind your fucking business, dude. Mind your fucking business, bro. Like, what are you over here just talking about black people?
Just a racist as shit.
You niggas are racist as shit. Shut up, dude. Like, what would you sit up here and say something like that for?
Very disappointing.
No, answer the question. Answer the question. What would you sit up here and say something like that for? Sarah has a beef with Dima.
Sean on this.
Sarah has a beef with Dima, and you just went into
This is exactly why I want every illegal fucking Mexican and every fucking illegal Hispanic out
You
here.
guys are jokes.
Hold up, motherfucker. Hold the fuck up. Because I had to come up here. This is exactly why I want every last one of these fucking Mexican ass illegal, Hispanic illegal motherfuckers and the rest of their racist ass families to fuck out of here. Like, this is exactly why I align with Donald Trump 100 million fucking percent. And this is why I make it my business every fucking week to make a report to fucking ICE to get every last one of you illegal motherfuckers out of here. Because you want to know why? Because, let me tell y'all something right now. Y'all know for one good reason that I don't fucking race bait, but the one group of people who I cannot fucking stand are these fucking Hispanic pieces of shit. I want every last one of these fucking Hispanics fucking deported out of this motherfucker real quick. And I am not joking when I say this.
They want to be white so bad. Like, it's so funny. They want to be white so bad.
Let me tell y'all something. One of the most racist groups of fucking people are fucking Hispanics. And these fucking, I cannot stand these motherfuckers. If you guys have been here to LA, hold up. If you've been here to LA, yeah, so you're gonna go to the fucking audience until I'm done. You fucking, I swear to God, listen, say this. Or people who align with this weird ass motherfucker right here. I literally cannot stand them. Like, they are some of the most group of fucking people that I've ever come across. When it goes on his fucking tirades, like, I align with him because, you know, every last one of you motherfuckers deported. Even if you're fucking legal here, I know it's goddamn not legal to do, but that's how bad I can't stand you fucking people. Like, if I could get rid of every fucking Mexican in this fucking country or fucking world, I would. Like, 100%. I literally cannot stand you fucking parasite roach motherfucker. You know what? Let me mute up. Yeah, because I'm gonna start saying some real disrespectful fucking shit.
No, for real, you sound fat.
You motherfuckers need to be fucking deported immediately. Every last one of you.
They need to deport them. You've been out under your bed.
I don't want to take it back to where we were. I do want to say this real quick. Sarah, I have no problems with you. However, I do want to say this. I cannot vouch for everything you said about Bima. I don't know about the go back to Ireso. But I will say this, Sarah. And again, Sarah, I love you.
Read the chat right
Hold on,
now.
Sarah, hold on.
Enough in the
Hold
chat.
on, Sarah. Let me
It
finish.
should be enough in
Sarah.
the chat she wrote right now
Okay.
to justify the way I
You're a gaslighting piece of shit, Sarah. You're a gaslighting piece of shit, Sarah.
No,
You
get the
saw
shit. Don't talk.
That's what I get.
You don't get to call people this stuff that you called me in the chat after the way way you've been acting,
Sarah,
and
can I
after
finish
the
what I'm
shit
saying?
you
Sarah,
said to me,
Sarah,
no, she doesn't get to say
Sarah,
that
I didn't say
shit
anything. Sarah, let me finish.
and then
Here's what
come
I'm saying.
talk more
Sarah?
shit.
Sarah, I think you're crazy.
I know
about
I'm
digging.
doing this, but this is not even cool to keep bringing her on the stick.
No, Sarah, I think you're crazy, but I dig it and I like it, and I think you can get it, and also you can get it. Bima, I like Bima also. I don't know about any of the other stuff you laid on her, but I'm willing to bet my entire paycheck. I swear to you, Sarah, there is no chance in hell she said about the brother thing. All the other
On
stuff.
my dad's grave, this cunt said that.
I would vouch for Bima. I'm willing to bet the entire of my paycheck. There's no way. There's no way she said the thing about how your brother was killed. I've known Bima for 8 years. We've involved until women argue. There's no way. I think there's other people on the stage that would also do the same thing here. The other stuff, Sarah, look, the irate stuff, the other stuff,
There is a reason I talked
but
to
the
her
brother
like this.
thing,
Listen, Mike. Listen, Mike.
there's no way she made it like that. No way.
This cunt said that, and you want to say no way, so you're saying I'm lying. I don't give a fuck. People in this room, they know she's anti-American. She's a fucking anarchist.
What was the brother thing again? You said
She's
that
an
your brother got shot in the head.
She's anti-American. She's a fucking piece of shit.
No, that's
She was telling me that I need to show proof that people in Iran were getting shot and skipping going to hospitals. And I told her, I said, Dima, my own brother was shot. She said, I'm not saying your brother wasn't shot, but neither you or I was there to confirm what happened. This is, if you want to defend this cunt,
I'm not,
you
Sarah.
can, but you and I will never talk again.
Sarah, earlier you
Just
said,
ignored you forever.
Sarah, earlier
Your
you
choice.
said,
There is
said
no
my brother
reason
was
for
shot
me
in
to
the
lie
head.
to you.
If
You
Bima
know this
said-
cunt is capable of saying that, and she did.
you go,
The fact that she's pretending she didn't say it, that's a...
I don't care.
I said Nick.
Okay,
I never said she didn't care. I said I never said she doesn't care. I said, what, if you think that's different and it's okay for her to say, then fuck you too, Mike.
Sarah, earlier you said, you're like, my brother was shot in the neck, and Bima said, you need to
No,
prove it.
I think you're not listening because you're the one who just said, oh, you said your brother was shot in the head. I never
She
said
said, I don't know it.
I'm going to screenshot it. I'm going to screenshot what she said that I put in the chat, and I'm going to put it on my PTR.
Said that she doesn't know if her brother was
Yeah,
shot or not.
these people have said, like, I remember Bima when Bondi Beach. Was it Bondi, right? Bondi Beach or something? And she was like, I remember that day in Bondi Beach, and I lost my shit. Because I was like, these Islamists just shut up fucking Australian boys. That's what you said. Bima said, I don't care whether you're
Do me a favor while I get this out.
I was like,
Somalis have no place in America.
I remember the day when Bondi Beach.
Mike, if you're not listening,
No, Somalis have no place in America at all.
When no, shut up for a second. When Bondi Beach was shot.
no, hold on a second. Look at my PTR. This is
No, don't do it.
I even typed what I said that people were killed. She's a fucking piece of shit. Anti-American on welfare. And today, go read the chat and see the comments she made to me.
Yeah.
Go read
To
the
be
comments
You know, it's
she
a sick thing,
wrote
you know.
to me.
Sarah,
honest, I also have.
Fuck your mentality, Bima.
I want to ask Beaver a question. Beaver, do you remember that day when me and Koala were in the room and those people got shot to death in Sydney, in Bondi Beach? The way she diminished it and everything else, like the way she laughed.
No, I agree with her. I agree with her point that I told her now was on the time because you guys were obviously very upset. And I told her
She said a terrible thing that day. Remember when she was diminishing it all? You know what I mean? And me and Koala laughed at Jake's death. I blocked her because she's the only one I ever blocked in my entire life. So when Bima is going to come here and say, oh, she never said something, I remember vividly when like 15 of my fellow Australian Jews were shot, she was making a mockery of it.
she was not making a mockery of it.
Do you remember how me and Koala were pissed off?
Yes, she got mad at you because you said something about all Muslims and this and that, and she took exception with that. I told her to back off. I said, Bima, back off. Now it's not the time for this.
So
when people get shot to death, she can just feel like, oh, this is what happened, oh, so terrible, and everything else happens, and everything else like that. I actually don't mind Bima, but I think she's a horrible, terrible person sometimes. She's not a fucking angel. You were there. There's a reason why Koala blocked her and everything else like that. This person is sick in the mind. She's not well. She has problems.
Oh, you're gonna let me
On a
like
day,
people
I
abuse
was
me?
Jewish. On a
Would
day,
you believe it that she hasn't even apologized? She's had the chance to say, look, Mackel, did I apologize to you last night or not? After we talked shit to you, I was like, fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't know you're not that Mackel. I would have never made these comments. I apologize. He said, fuck you. I said, I still have to do my apology. When you say something
She
fucked
did.
up,
I can't lie. She did.
you man up and you fucking apologize, Bima. You disrespected me. My fucking brother was shot for a whole week. I'm not trying to play victim, but this is what I went through. Matt is my witness here. For a whole week, I didn't know if my brother was alive, if he was dead, if he needed surgery, how was he shot. I knew nothing about it for 8 fucking days. And you just felt the need to say, well, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I wasn't there, neither was you. So we don't really know what happened. So yeah, you didn't apologize. So fuck you. And playing victim in the chat. Oh man, you're gonna let them abuse me? You're a cunt.
I don't even know what's going on. What happened? I actually crashed out.
Read the comments in the chat. You'll see it.
Nobody fucking crashed out.
Keep deporting me. This fucking man. Hold on a sec. This piece of shit racist, this racist white fat lefty who hates America, she keeps trying to deport me to IRGC. She's like, go you fucking IRGC terrorist, go back to Iran. She keeps saying that after I reminded her that I'm a U.S. born citizen. So yeah, she's a piece of shit, and piece of shit, racist piece of shit. So I just reminded her that everybody can be nasty like she is.
Wait, how's she racist? I don't think she's white. She just likes white guys.
She claims she's white. She said it herself. I don't fucking care. I don't have like a fucking, I don't know how to read the future.
Guys, please say one.
She said she's a white bitch, so I believe she's a white. That's what she claimed. And I don't care.
Guys, please say one for the team.
What's that?
Can you one of you guys, white guys, take one for the team? Because I remember that day in Sydney, it was like, oh, she's not so bad, maybe she's not terrible, and I spoke
You can shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear from you. We're listening to Sarah. We're not listening to you. We don't give a fuck about your opinion. You want to jump in for good.
I don't even talk to you, bro. Like,
Bima's very
I don't like you. I want nothing to do with you. Stop talking. You weird cunt. Like, shut the fuck up. I never even mentioned your name, you weird cunt. Every time I speak, this weird cunt just wants to say my name. Shut the fuck up. I'm saying something else. I don't even mention you because you're fucking irrelevant. Like a fucking cockroach. Shut the fuck up. But all I'm just saying is, like, I believe Sarah.
Bima says she's not a leftist. She's an anarchist. Anarchist is a fucking radical left. That's exactly what this bitch is. She's an anti-American fucking lefty. She's like she's not Muslim, but she acts like those terrorist Muslims who wants to fucking blow up U.S.
Bima is very controversial, no doubt. I don't know anything about what she said. I didn't see any of it yet.
I've never seen her say anything nice about America or anything. She hates the government. She hates America. She hates conservatives. She hates the people. She hates everything about U.S.
How come she's, can she clarify what happened if I'm here or no? Sarah keeps moving her down. I want to hear what she has to say. Hi, Key.
Go read her message. Go read her.
I don't want to do that right now. I don't care about that.
I want you to read the comments that she wrote in the chat. I like you to go read the comments that she wrote for me in the chat. I want her because she still called. She wrote 5,000 times in the chat that I'm a terrorist born Irish.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Sarah. Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth.
No, I want to hear what you got to say. Don't remove her.
I'm not done, man. I was talking to you.
No, she
Sarah.
Shut
Shut up, Sarah. Shut your fucked up, drunk ass, dumbass mouth. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up, you drunk, dumb Iranian. Listen, this is the fact of the matter. This bitch will abuse.
I send her back down to the
I
building
know. What's
because
going on here,
listen, Matt, she doesn't get to call me Iranian.
Right? Man,
So we're
Sarah's
fucking overly
moderating.
racist in this room? Is that
Matt, Sarah's fucking crazy. She shouldn't be a moderator. I can't. This is impossible.
Yeah.
why?
I called her
Because you love
like,
Bima?
It's impossible.
Because you love Bima?
No, if Bima did something wrong, she'll let her address it.
Still have to own it. Yeah, exactly. I gotta hear what's going on. I don't know what's
I'll
going on.
send you. I'll
Man,
send
you
you.
always act like you don't know what's going on.
I know.
It's
such a smart
Yeah,
position.
Odella, the
Really
Palestinian
I didn't think
guy.
I was asleep. I
The
don't know.
Palestinian guy. The other guy who hates America.
We'll
Of
sit her
course you're
down
going
so
to
we can
defend her.
actually hear what Bima has to say.
Of course you're going to defend her. Of course.
No. Okay. Can she come up for a second or no? Get her up.
Yes, she can, but you should control your stage so someone doesn't say fucking racist bullshit shit.
Okay. She's coming up. Hold on. Okay.
Matt.
What's up?
Sarah has mental issues. She's fucking sick in the head. I never disrespect Sarah ever. I don't disrespect her. She comes and I forget about it. And I come back and I'm friendly with it. Okay? She's fucking sick in her fucking mind. Okay? Today, she lied. We're having a great conversation. She lied like she normally does. Makes up entire scenarios that absolutely never happened because she's literally fucking insane in her brain. Literally fucking fabricating false conversations that never took place. They never fucking happened. Never, Matt. They never happened. They don't exist. She fabricates them. How am I supposed to fight somebody who's literally lying, making up scenarios that never fucking existed, okay? Never happened. She started to talk today. How did it happen? She wanted to talk about some shit about me asking for proof and evidence of the $35,000. That's how it started. And I wasn't going to direct it to her, but I was directing it to the room to talk about how we're in an age of misinformation and manipulation and campaign and all this other shit. And asking for evidence isn't cruelty, and asking for evidence isn't denying anything. Asking for evidence is the right thing to do in a fucking age where we have fucking crazy shit, okay? But before I was able to get any of that out, this crazy, stupid bitch started saying that I was saying some stupid shit about her brother, which I fucking never said. I said anything about her fucking brother.
I'll have to look at everything, obviously, but that's strange.
Look at my PTR and
I'm not gonna.
look at my PTR, man. You've threatened me before.
Sarah, exactly.
Yes,
You've threatened me before. Do you know what? You're a verbal terrorist, Sarah. This is what you do. You insult people constantly, and then you're gonna gaslight everybody and lie to an entire stage about what that's not true. I don't ever initiate anything. I never initiate anything against you, Sarah. I say, you know what? Sarah's fucking crazy. Everybody says that, and so I just let fucking Sarah just be fucking crazy.
Just kidding. This is a thing. Like, we all do this. We all have like very me. We say very controversial things. I still didn't see the brother thing, Sarah. I don't know where that is in that PTR.
It didn't happen. Just like the other thing with A-Check didn't happen. A-Check likes to lie because he's a fucking disgusting human being. And the shit that's come out of A-Check's mouth, just along with Sarah, the shit that A-Check has said about other human beings and the things that he said about Palestinians, right? And he did this. Shut the fuck up, A-Check. Shut up, A-Check. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. A-Check, you're disgusting. And by the way, I'm the one who blocked Flawed. Flawed didn't block me. Again, a liar. You're a liar just with Sarah. I'm not surprised. You guys talk about politics. You lie on my name. I'm a liberal. I'm this. Everybody just lies. You have no fucking honor. Both of you have no honor. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
You know what? This is actually all my fault. I should have let you.
That's what people say about everybody that's murdered innocent people, right? Exactly. But Palestine isn't a place we're talking about.
Idiot, right?
We're talking about human beings, H.M. Right? And you know what it's like to use a human being
Deport every illegal.
to speak that way against other people. And it's disgusting. It's disrespectful.
Deport every fucking Somali and every illegal Mexican in this country.
Up your home. You can stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Up your home. Don't give a fuck about Palestine, babe. Fuck off with your bullshit.
Okay, hey, check them on. Okay. Listen, Bima, you would never really say that you don't care about Sarah's brother, right?
It wasn't that she doesn't care. Can I tell you now what happened?
Where's
Matt,
she
this is when she was asking for
I think she
proof.
left.
Matt, she was asked. I probably have screenshots of it. I'm gonna go bring it. There was a reason I started calling her cunt and had her blocked, Matt. I unblocked her because you wanted me here. I was like, she wants to come in the room. I'm gonna unblock her. You know me. I try not to like keep people out of the space.
Thank God, yeah.
The only reason I had this girl blocked and I never had her cunt before that was because when we were talking about Iran, she said there's no proof that 30,000 people were killed. And we talked about it, right? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, there are different sources. President Trump said he's seen the evidence. You know, like there are multiple sources that says this. I gave her a source. She's like, oh, this Iranian was shot. They didn't take him to the hospital. I told her they didn't take my brother to the hospital because they were saying, like, because of the police going to hospital and shooting people and killing them. She never said, oh, I don't care. She didn't say that. She said, I'm not saying I'm not saying this didn't happen, Sarah. But what I want to say is that neither you or I were there, so we don't know exactly what was happening in Iran. And, you know, like, so just the way Palestinian people try to deny the stuff that happens. She said that, and it's funny that she's like trying to say she never said that.
Right.
I probably have screenshots. This was a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna search her name in my chat, in my pictures. I'm probably gonna find screenshots. And this is what she said today. And yes, I'm very, very sensitive. Racist piece of shit people. She telling me typical Iranian IRGC born and bred terrorist, which I wrote her that long response, right? Which I said for the, and then she writes another comment for the record, Sarah's a liar and bears false witness up in her neighbor. I'm like, yes, I'm a liar. You said it before. I didn't show you proof. IRGC killed 35,000 plus people, nor I proved you, nor I showed you proof. My brother was shot. Go fuck yourself, anti-American. I hope every person who wishes bad for America dies. And then she lost her marbles. She got mad because I said, I hope anybody who's anti-America dies. This is so fucking funny. I can't wish for people who want to destroy America that they be destroyed themselves. That's when she fucking lost her marbles.
Well, we all say things that we regret when I've done it.
I don't regret of what I told her, though.
Like
but she never apologized of what she said, and now she
I was
denies
just going to
it.
do that. I don't know where she went.
Now she denies it. How is she going to apologize? She denies it, Matt.
Yeah.
She's calling me a liar.
It didn't happen. It's hard to, like you say, it's hard to even like do anything with that. But regardless, she can still apologize to hypothetical and move on. It doesn't really matter. But I've been saying, like, sometimes you'll bundle. Actually, what she probably did was bundle your incident, not little, sorry about that. That incident with the overall theme of what she feels is wrong. What was wrong with in Gaza, Palestine. So she sometimes in the goo we can't get out what we're really talking about.
Don't care about Gaza, bro.
Huh?
Don't care about Gaza. She keeps mentioning it.
I know, H-Chick. I know how you feel. Anyway, so things get mixed up. I don't think she would ever say, "Oh, I don't care about your brother. I'm glad he's dead," or all that.
When did I say she doesn't care about
Mike
I
say that?
never said
Mike,
that.
that's what I
It's in
thought.
my fucking, it's in the fucking screenshot. This is
And I
exactly
just
what I
wanted
wrote
to comment.
before we got into this fight. And this is exactly what I repeat. And we had this argument just in the last 7 days. We had another fight argument over this. Last time, she didn't deny saying it. She just started like acting more of a fucking troll and an asshole. She did that last time, but this is a complete reason for me to lie. I can just say she hates America. She wants to destroy America. I hate her fucking guts.
There you go, Matt. What's that, Mike? I think this might be a little bit of misunderstanding here. That's what I think's happening here.
Yeah, I think there's a little problem. Obviously, you don't have to like the person either. So as to, I don't think Sarah likes her too. I mean, that's fine, but because she does say very, controversial. She has different, definitely different opinions on things.
Yeah, I was saying the whole she was saying Bima said, we don't know what's going on over there, and there's no sources, blah blah. I don't doubt any of that. I thought that people were saying Bima was like, well, I don't care whether your brother got shot or not. I don't care. I was like, well, there's no way Bima said that.
Yeah,
but now I'm saying that that's not even what the issue was.
So you think it's okay
Sarah,
for her to say?
Sarah, I was wrong.
So you're saying it's okay for her to say
Sarah,
that
I was wrong there.
we don't know what my brother went through when he was
wrong.
She just couldn't take him to the hospital. Really?
No. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Sarah.
This is like you're just acting like her. The fact that you're just like trying to like normalize what she said is insane.
No,
he's screwed up. He's admitting it right now.
No, Matt is saying, so it's okay that she said we weren't there, so we don't know if they were really killing people in the hospital or not. Yeah, you're right. That is true.
That's all I'm saying. I have no doubt that she probably said some shit like, well, we don't know what was really going on over there. We don't know. Like, no one knows. No one's there.
That's what they all say. It's not just
I don't doubt that.
There's a whole group of people.
Yeah, I was just vouching for Bella on that. If the claim is that she could give a fuck less whether your brother was shot, I was being like, there's no way Bima said that. Now, if she's saying the other stuff, yeah, okay. But I'm just saying, like, I highly doubt that Bima was like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I can't even hear that in her voice.
And if that's what we're disputing, then that's fine. Like, Sarah, I'm with you on that, Sarah. Okay, I'm with you on that. But I do want to know, Tiger, how do you feel, Tiger or Alyssa, how do you guys feel about Mexicans? Illegal ones. Tiger, you there, buddy?
Tiger's a communist.
Fuck them. Tiger, Alyssa, Mikhail, Anthony, any of the new people on here, how do you guys feel about illegal Mexicans?
Ask Bima how she feels about them. She says this is a stolen land and this is their homes and everybody's home.
Fuck out of here. No one stole their
So
fucking
much
land.
thing I hate about that woman. I don't need to like lie about something that she said to my brother. She's already like.
Oh, Alyssa's there. I was going to say, if Alyssa wanted to answer, I'd like to get
I was trying to tell you guys to read his profile. He's I'm talking about people, but read your profile. If you're not awake, not the woke type. Sorry, I was just sick of listening to that. And I was about to leave. If she'd be here, I'd not be here. That's all I have.
Zero follow-ups there. If no one's going to answer, Liddy, do you want to expound upon how you feel about illegal Mexicans?
Well, I think I've already said enough about how I feel about these motherfuckers. I can't stand them. Honestly, if I had my choice, it would be them and those fucking Somalis that would be out of here immediately. Every last one of those motherfuckers would be.
You have any big booty Latinos?
Like I literally can't stand those people.
Yeah, tell us how you really.
If I can drop a fucking nuke on Mexico, I would, but that wouldn't be fair because all of them are not actually like some of these motherfuckers over here. So I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, they need to be gone. Like 100%. I can't stay them. Like illegal, and I'm saying illegal. Y'all know I don't give a fuck about the race baiting and all that shit because I don't believe color really matters too much. But
I mean, he didn't even make a statement. He just gave his personal.
Yeah, I made a very good statement. Why don't I like them? It's because I just fucking don't. They're racist. They're fucking
Somalis are racist.
Absolutely. And they're parasites and they need to be fucking removed. I mean, is that not too direct for you? Like, what are they racist? I've already given you many examples. They don't fucking fucking like black people. They're here to fucking pillage the fucking community. They're here to fucking gentrify the community. Every fucking thing that you guys claim white people do, that's what these motherfuckers are here to do. And they're disgusting groups of people, and I just don't fucking like them. Point blank period. And they need to be gone.
You're disgusting.
Right. And then the black fucking liberals and black Democrats can go right along with it. We should send them to the. We should send black fucking Democrats and black liberals to the same fucking countries that we're gonna deport them to. And Othello could be on a first round trip right home with them. Right. I don't give a fuck about what spirit you feel. The spirit that I have is that you motherfuckers can go like right along with them. You black bitch. You black motherfucking Democrats. You can go right. Hold on, Sarah. These black bitch ass Sarah. Hold on. Because these black bitch ass niggas like him are the ones that I'm referring to. These disgusting black fucking pieces of shit. They need to be deported right along with these motherfuckers. So at the end of the day, what you should do is you should gather an illegal, right? The ones that you're sitting here booty clapping for. And you should go right over there to that shithole place that we call Mexico, right with them.
Some demons in you, bro.
Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, I sure fucking do. For black bitches like you, absolutely. I sure fucking do. Right.
I've heard this before, right? I've heard from other black Americans, not just from me, that a lot of the hate they receive is not from any other group but other African groups like Somalians. And
he's taking dick in the ass from Juan and Pedro, so of course he's gonna cheerlead for them. Of course he is. Of course he is. He's one of those typical bitch ass black Democrats.
Othello. I have to find it, guys. I do have a voice of him.
You've been saying that.
He's speaking to some Palestinians.
You've been saying that.
I'm telling you, he's one of those black Democrats who have ruined the fucking community.
Guys, he talking to Palestinians. This is a very good voice for him.
Othello, people trying to change.
Yeah, I'm a liar, but I'm gonna.
These fucking black power ass motherfuckers who literally are the worst of the fucking Yeah, he's the one that screams and bitches about reparations off about a sport, and he'll go into a conversation about how he fucking his own reparations. He's one of those motherfuckers. He could. He would get on his fucking knees and get on all fours for reparations if he could. 100%.
Where do brain cells go when we lose them?
Deported back to Mexico, where you should fucking be. That's exactly where they go.
These are the admins that you charge.
She's not gonna get you reparations either, Othello. I promise you that.
Othello, you tell me where the brain cells.
It's a mind fuck, right? When you hear people laugh like that, he's not genuinely fucking laughing. He knows he's the black bitch that I'm fucking keep that fake ass fucking laugh. That's what they do. They all do that when they know they're getting red for fucking filth. We just gonna slap a bitch.
Okay, I told y'all.
Exactly. All said in the chat, very insecure.
No, but he's gay. He's a faggot.
100%.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Well, I don't give a fuck what I don't give a fuck.
Far from it. But like he's one of those Democrats, right? They want a booty clap for the LGBT community, but they use them as insults, right? It's like on Threads, right? I get fucking called. We told that we're on Grindr 3 million times a since. What'd you say, Sunset?
I said, are we gonna have to pull E. Liddy out of the closet like we did?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, Othello, why would
I'll open the door for you.
Why would you say he's gay? It's weird.
See,
bro, I'm telling you, Mike, you just gotta let these black bitches talk. You just gotta let them.
Othello, do you also believe that black people can't go on a computer to get IDs? Are you one of those that believe that black people don't know how to get IDs?
What?
Like, I'm just saying, like,
voter IDs.
No, he's the one that lets these fucking white liberals tell him that he can't get an ID.
And asked a bunch of white liberals, and they said, oh, well, black people don't know how to use computers, so they don't know where the DMV is. And then he went to Harlem, and all the black people were like, we know where the... Y'all is weird, Othello.
No,
I mean, he just has a bitch spirit.
You're like, I support gay marriage and gay rights.
Well,
You're
that's
a dirty
that.
faggot.
No, he just has a whole spirit.
No, you're like,
so I'm trying to.
I have a whole spirit because I want Mexican elite. I'm telling you, this is what they fucking do when they feel insecure. It's like you can feel insecure. This is what they do.
Anywhere you want.
Oh, they don't have enough time.
You haven't said anything else. You just insulted him. You haven't actually said anything.
Mike, I'm trying to.
This nigga on fucking this weird ass app to tell me that I don't.
Adams control.
I promise you that, brother.
No, it's not Adam.
No.
This room has been going for 2 days. Straight.
I got a friend in London. He stayed over his visa in India. They threw him in prison. They didn't give a fuck. He was white.
Yeah, they did the same thing in the Philippines.
So.
Okay. So wait, so why'd you have a problem with E saying get rid of all the illegal elections?
The nigga said drop a nuke on Mexicans.
I think
And I don't like what they do. I don't like
Everybody gets a little hyperbolic. Come on, he didn't really mean that.
But at the same time,
It was a Trumpism.
yes, I mean, look what Trump did, how he talked about the whole community of Somalis. You know what I mean? And they got grandmas.
I mean, that's kind of
Nah. You know, you're talking to ignorant Americans as the president. You know what I'm saying? So what does that put in the mind of a person?
Well, and the good Somalians like to step up and tell the bad Somalians.
You know what I'm saying? So, nah, I don't like that.
Well, good Somalians or bad Somalians?
Wait, Othello, you don't like black people telling other black people that
80% of them are on fucking welfare in Minnesota. You tell me if they're good or bad. They're coming here to fucking pillage. They're not coming here to fucking bring anything to this country. They're roaches.
They're certainly not on asylum.
So I don't give a fuck. They're a roach fucking community. I wouldn't mind dropping a whole fucking nuke on every last one of them.
Half a nuke.
No. I'd say about 85% of that country needs to go. Personally.
Somalia or Mexico?
Both. Go.
100% of the Muslims.
I feel like we're getting somewhere. Here. We're making progress.
What do the Somalis provide for this country? What do they do here?
Or if you could get away,
At least work, some of them, right? But these motherfuckers, those Somali pussy ass motherfuckers, they don't come here to do nothing but just get on welfare and scam.
I will say now we know where the Tim Walz
if you could get on a time machine and go back in time and kill Prophet Muhammad, would you?
Oh, definitely yes.
Would you
Wait, repeat that question again. What'd you say?
If you had a time machine and you could go back and kill Prophet Muhammad, would you kill him?
Yes.
Would you be like Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, basic feet, where it says, don't burn him with the fire, and I burn him with him.
Didn't that dude own slaves? Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad owned slaves. He dated an Arab.
Racist piece of shit. He traded 2 black slaves for 1 white slave.
The dude was illiterate, so he didn't even write the Quran.
Ethiopian, even if he hasn't had like a raisin.
So
I would have made him the horse.
That's what Othello became.
To be honest, he probably ruined Aisha to where she could have kids.
Yeah, that's why she died never having children. She didn't have her period until after the Battle of Tybar, which is
Man, you love talking about this shit. But listen,
your prophets don't deny your own prophet.
What are the communities?
Science Temple of American.
What are the communities? And then they justify it by saying that was just the time, bro. It was normal.
Yeah, it was normal.
What are the communities?
You know, a 4th grader is always a 4th grader, buddy.
Yeah. Who was it? Was the one that debated? Who was it? Was the one that debated? He pulled out the ruler and he's like an average 9-year-old's cervix is only like her vagina is only 1.9 inches deep.
He's like, Joe, you guys
what the fuck?
Muhammad had smaller than its
That's what I'm saying.
Or have you ever heard?
He pulled out the roller and he asked the Muslims.
That's more interesting talking about Al-Sur Command and what they did to this Bonnie Blue.
Let me ask you a question. Who pulls more from welfare, Somalis or Hasidic Jews?
Probably close.
Jews. I say a tie, but I'm gonna say Jews probably.
Jews, they have like 14 kids. So that's kind of that one.
Just asking. Okay.
Are you trying to say that Jews don't have any purpose here? Like, are you trying to say that I'm putting them on the same category? I don't believe they're in the same category.
I'm saying they have whole communities on welfare. Like literally. Like in Orange County, New York. That whole community is on welfare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what fraud businesses?
Are you tying back to like the learning center? Or how do they pronounce it? What, since he spelled it wrong? It's not
Leering Center.
Leering Center. Yeah,
well, they're doing really well.
That's
like,
it.
why
are
they
like
on welfare? They're doing really well.
No, are you comparing the two?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to say that Jews are net negative more than Somalis are, and I don't agree with that.
There's literally 7 million Jews in the state of Israel, and they're blowing up 400 million Arabs, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they've been doing it since 1948.
No, we're not talking about that.
And you want to talk about Jewish contribution to the world and to the United States.
No, we're not talking about
I think there's like, wait a second, there's like 280 noble, wait. There's like 280 people notable prizes in like science. Wait a second. There's like science for people that are Jewish, and there's like fucking like 8 that from like Islamist fucking countries.
We're not talking about.
Well, I think Jews have contributed more to this country than fucking Somalis have. This is just a fact.
We're not talking about Israel. We're not talking about the polio vaccine.
What are you talking about?
We're not talking about Germany.
We're not talking about cell phones. We're not talking about Clubhouse. We're not talking about microchips, the internet,
You're not talking about
GPS, ballistic missiles.
So hold on. So let me ask you a question. Who do you think has contributed more to this country, Somalis or Jews?
Great question.
Oh, Jews.
Yeah, go ahead. So, like, what are we talking about then?
But that doesn't mean that they can siphon.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god.
I think it's up to $19 billion.
So let me ask you a question. Is 80% of the Jewish community on fucking, what did they actually, I sized it, it's not 80, I think they said like 75% of the Somali community in Minnesota are on fucking welfare?
Tuna, if you gotta keep
Is there anywhere here in America where Jews equal up to that percentage?
Jersey. Yo, Tuna, if you gotta kill one and you gotta keep the other, Jews are
There's no way of putting it.
Hold on. So you said in Jersey that 80% of that community is on welfare?
Yeah, bro.
Wait.
It's an epidemic over here.
Okay, so if you have to kill one,
You're 100% ignorant. There's no way that 80%
Muslims.
There's no way that's true. That is a damn fucking lie. No, every place Jews go, they actually succeed. That's why these people are coming here. Exactly when.
Especially in Orange County, New York. We know they're doing really well in that community. Why are there scammers and fraudsters siphoning off
This is like more money.
People like you, I always said anti-Semitism is fine.
Oh, here we go.
Think about it. The Jews will have work and then put themselves on welfare, but then their kids will make money for it.
Wait a second, thanks. It's all the fucking retarded, slow thing that Christians are right and everything else like that.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Thank God we're in the year 2026 where you can just look shit up real quick, right? And it says here,
I like this Adam's better.
Why do we always try to use, what is, I think I asked this before. Where has this epidemic come
from, where we want to use Jews as a scapegoat.
A bunch of them already got caught
For everything fucking bad in this country.
Like, where did this come? A bunch of them all
Like, am I missing something? What do the Jews do to anybody for them to automatically be enemy number one?
A bunch of them got caught with welfare fraud.
We're not talking about harvesting organs. We're talking about welfare.
Bro, now they're harvesting. This is crazy.
We're not talking about this.
That's why they have 10, 14 kids. If they can't afford to have 3 kids, they have 14 and then profit off of it.
Okay, the fucking Hispanic community does the same thing. No offense to them, but I mean, what the fuck? That's not a Jewish thing that they're having a shitload of kids.
No, they're doing it crazier. Like Latinos do it. Like you're not wrong that Latinos do it. Hold on, gang. You're not wrong that Latinos do it, but they're having 14 to 15 kids per guy. That's insane.
That's all you have. It's like,
yeah, well, I'm not on the Jew hate train. I have my problems with every group in America, but Jews are really not,
not now, but they will be.
Bro, I hate everybody equally. But people like Bang that like focus on Jews, shut the fuck up, bro. Like,
it's the truth. What you know what I'm saying?
Real enemies in the United States.
It's the Jews is the reason we're not getting that much money back, and the reason we gotta pay so much. So yeah, it's the Jews' fault.
Okay, tell me, hold on, A-Check, hold on. We need to have to explain his fucking position, A-Check, hold on. So why are they at fault? Thanks.
Because they take more money from the welfare system, and then it leaves less for the rest of us that actually get to take care of the kids that we can take care of. They don't have to take care of.
I'm trying to clarify right now, Corey. I'm going to let you have. So you're saying that Jews out of every other fucking country take more from welfare.
No,
so then what are you getting at?
I didn't say that they purposely do that to benefit off the welfare system more than the people in this community in Jersey. So yeah, even though Latinos have a bunch of kids out of wedlock, they stop at a certain amount to where they can take care of it because they have to take care of it out of pocket. These motherfuckers will over exceed that number just to make more from it.
And some of them
already got caught with fraud.
You're talking about a state-by-state basis. You're not, so the Somalis in Minnesota are not doing the exact fucking same thing that you're
talking about. I'm talking about here in New Jersey.
But how is that any different? Like I'm not.
It's not any different. But when you were talking to me about here in New Jersey, and I'm explaining it to you on what they're doing to transfer around.
Yeah, all you have to do is research it. Look, I got it right here. It says due to a very high number of children per household, and often only one person they've been identified as having a very high rate of public assistance usage, often citing the highest poverty rate in the nation. And that's only because of how many people are in the house. They're actually doing really well in Krias Joel. That's the village.
Why is the $81,700 for?
I don't even understand your question, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Lay off the sauce.
Stop doing cocaine. Listen to what I fucking said.
I mean, I don't smoke, drink, or do coke. So I mean,
coke was a specific drug.
New York City is now paying for illegal immigrants $81,700 per year per person the way they're doing it. And like the median income for an average New Yorker is $81,200. So they're giving illegal immigrants $500 extra and all the rest of it for fucking free.
So listen to this. Okay, just listen to this and check out the link I just sent. Okay, they got $94 million in federal pandemic aid, and it went to a school of less than 500 students. Are you seeing that link? You want to talk about Somali fraud? When it's going on right over here in New York as well. You know, we just only want to hyper-focus on one community.
I never said that they weren't participating in fraud, but we're not going to act like they do. Then, but what the other group that I'm referring to, or that Somalis are somehow a net positive to this country more than Jews are. That's just not true. But they don't benefit. They don't benefit anything here. They just come here to take. At least Jews, they produce when they get here. Now, I'm not saying this link, I'm going to really read it and actually, really, listen to what you're saying. There's just no way anybody in this room can tell me that those people come here to fucking produce anything. They don't. They just steal.
Bro, the sad part of it is, I'm 50 years old. I've never made more than $30,000 a year straight up in my whole fucking life. But if I made 30, I spent 25 and then invested 5. And that's what I've done every year my whole life. And my mom taught me to live within my means and my income. And I don't think the rest of the world understands how it is. And when they don't understand how it is, they expect the fact that I made all this money, that I gotta give it to them. Because I have all these resources.
Okay, so, hold on.
A series of small
So it says here, I just lost it. Okay, yeah, most recent school officials refused to address how the system of less than 500s spending nearly $94 million in pandemic aid designed to curb leading laws and other effects of one of the worst disruptions to education in American history. So the total on Jews is $94 million, right, in this article?
That's just pandemic. That's not the welfare that this village gets.
If I got it on Zoom.
That's just pandemic aid for the school. So that's not counting anything else they got, FEMA or the SNAP and government assistance that they get. And
so, go ahead. Listen.
If you actually go look up this actual neighborhood or this village, it's actually very nice. It doesn't look like but they're able to beat the system and produce numbers like the projects, right, and get the money, even though there's actual living quarters and the town around them is actually very nice, but they're able to use the numbers to make it look like they're living in poverty. And so
if we were to look up pandemic relief money, all the money that they've stolen from the government, and let's be honest, all the fraud that they've been committing, do you think Jews outweigh what Somalis have done? I'm not done reading this article, by the way.
I don't know.
Bro, you would have to ask. Somalians have to skip, but Jews just do it for the love of the game.
I don't know. You would have to add up months and months and years of fraudulent government assistance on the Hasidic Jewish part in New York. And that's just New York.
And I'm going to go do that research, but my point of contention is that I believe they benefit this country more than Somalis do. Just a fact. I understand, and we can all come to an agreement that both are committing fraud in some form or fashion. But to say that I sound like a broken record. To say that Somalis are net positive more than the Jewish community.
Would you like me to read off the list of all of the Jewish movements in the United States? You gotta be kidding me. I just came into this.
No, shut the fuck up.
What do we got? 27% of the Nobel Prizes. Would you like me to read in the United States, leaders and shit? So,
yes, tell me why they get
fringe. There's fraud. There's fringe in every community, every single community. Prosecute fraud in your life. Represent fraudsters. Be around fraud. Exists everywhere. So just to try to pin it on, say, an entire community, by percentage, it's kind of extraordinary to hear it.
Because it's a trend going on in the community that they're exercising amongst themselves.
What's the size of the community? What's the size of it?
He looked it up. He said 15 to 20% of them are now using welfare.
15 to 20% of whom?
Jewish community will
Of the
interest.
entire, so the Jewish community, hold on, because there's some dumbasses, I've been quiet tonight, but the Jewish community in the United States, the Jewish population in the United States, do you know what the number is? All this information? So what's the percentage of Jewish population in the United States?
Like a tenth of 1%.
No, in the United States.
6 million.
Okay, in the United States, it's a little over 2% of the population of the United States.
Yeah, it was about 6 million.
Population is the ultra-Orthodox Hasidic population that lives in Lakewood. You can dislike. Hey guys, you go dislike whoever you want to dislike. I really don't give a shit.
There's a reason though.
But don't have inaccurate statements, and it's inaccurate to paint a wide brush over an entire community because a very, very small percentage of the community, a percentage of that community.
The percentage that got caught. That's what you're talking about. The percentage that got caught doing it.
Even if it's 4 times that amount in that community, the size of that community is like my little pinky inch of my finger compared to the rest of the Jewish community in the United States.
So it's okay.
What Jewish community in the United States?
So it's okay.
What are you smoking? Somali community by percentage is a different conversation. The Somali community by percentage in the United States, a different conversation. Tell me the size of the Somali.
It's not even just welfare that we're talking about. It's the schooling system. It's the housing system over here.
Okay, I can argue school choice with you, Othello, and I can go back and forth with you about school choice, about taxes in New Jersey, because I've lived in New Jersey. Okay, pay taxes, understand the sending district system, under school taxes and property taxes. So you want to argue about how property tax works in the state of New Jersey, and how sending districts work for school districts, and how school choice works all around the country. You can give an argument. That's not the point of what I'm saying. You are taking a brush and painting a population that has, how many million? Are we at like 7 million in the United States? Someone give me the number. It's somewhere. It's 2.3% of the U.S. population, and you're saying thank you. And that whole community, that whole population is committing fraud. But just think of how
it's not crazy to say. It's crazy because it doesn't sound good.
And South Morgan uneducated of a statement that is.
You're coming in very late.
Abby, you weren't responding to Othello, though. That's the
whoever I'm responding to, I came in and I heard that, and I had to respond.
Yeah,
and I'm happy to take anyone on the conversation about property tax.
And then they give us the little bit of.
If you want to talk about property tax,
Faith, let me ask you a question,
in
Faith.
the state of New
Do
Jersey.
Jews and the rest of the America? Hold on, Abby, hold on, because I really genuinely have to ask this fucking question.
Go ahead, Adams.
Othello, I read your article. I don't like the article, right? It's a problem. I will admit the article is a problem. But I have to ask this question. Okay, so we'll get into that a little later. Things. You said that Jews are taking over everything, and then they leave the rest of you with scraps. Do we all not have the opportunity in this country to do what we need to do?
We do.
So what do you mean? Like, are they just bullying people around and
it's mainly the lower class. They can't really do it to the middle upper class, but they're mainly exploiting the lower class. Only because a lot of the people
What am I doing to you, Fangs? What am I doing to you, the lower class? What am I personally doing to give you scraps? What am I doing?
Abby, he's only addressing the Hasidic community.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read something from the article. All right, let's just put out this from the article. They say to put this amount in perspective, right? This is the 94 million that a school of less than 500 got in pandemic aid. They said to put that amount in perspective, in the last round of funding alone,
The Curious Joe
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Nearly 40 times the national average and more than double what New York schools spend on special education students. 40 times the amount that we get.
What do you mean we get? What do you think it costs to send a kid? If you, and I could tell you New Jersey because I practice in Atlantic City. You send your kid to Atlantic City High and you live in a sending district, like you're in Down Beach district, which doesn't have a high school. What do you think that village, that town, that city has to pay to send each one of their tax-paying students to the regional high school? What do you think it costs?
I don't think it
Take a guess.
I don't think it costs.
It costs the sending district. It costs the city of Margate, New Jersey.
40 times what any.
What do you think it costs per student?
I don't think it should cost.
Just answer the question. How much do you think it costs?
Mississippi and shit.
No. In New Jersey, we're in the state of New Jersey, same state.
40 times higher.
Okay, quiet, Rich. What do you think it costs in the state of New Jersey if you're in a sending district and you have to send your tax-paying student to the regional high school?
About 50,000 of this.
It's close to, it's 35,000, something like that. Maybe even close to 40 now per student. Okay? So the number that you're saying,
95,000.
put it into perspective that you're sending to a regional high school that is not even where you want to send your kids, but you have no choice because of the way the laws are set up in that county in New Jersey. So you're saying it's 4 times. I'm telling you that just one example I gave you, it's not 4 times.
But it's to their own school.
Do you know what school choice is?
Yes, but I'm saying.
Do you believe in school choice? Do you believe in school choice?
You're saying that this is going. You're saying that this is to send them to.
I'm saying you live in a town that doesn't have a high school. You live in a town in New Jersey that doesn't have a high school. Let's say you have an elementary school in that town. Maybe you have a middle school. And you need to send your population, you need to send your kids to a high school, a public high school, half the price.
That's not what's going on here. It's to their own school.
I'm trying to give you an idea of how much high school costs per student in New Jersey. You think the number is a high number. I'm not going to debate that with you, but it's not 4 times the number. And go Google, read about other high schools in South Jersey. This is in the middle of New Jersey. Go look in North Jersey. It's probably higher there. Look in Bergen County. Look in Essex. I gave you an Atlantic County number.
Why are we? You know something crazy too?
Make sense.
Majority of the Board of Education, they're Jewish. And the majority of the money that they fund and put into these schools, they mainly put it into private
Board of
Jewish schools.
Education of where?
Public inner city schools anywhere. In Hudson County,
What did you just say? The Board of Education anywhere
Board of Education
is all Jewish?
Majority of Board of Education is in
Where?
Hudson, in Essex, and even in Long Branch. You can even look at Long Branch.
And how do you know they're Jewish? How do you know?
Because I looked it up.
And how
And
do
a
you
lot
know?
of them try to hide it too.
How do they try to hide it? How do you know?
Because if you go on the actual
Because
website,
someone's
they will
last
show.
name, you're going to assume that they are?
Listen, you're being defensive.
I'm not being defensive.
Okay, is your point about just New Jersey? Because I'm speaking about overall. When we have these conversations about
Specific boards. I'm sorry,
I mean, last I checked, Atlantic County has a ton of
the
Italians.
Jews are on all the
I'm blessed.
boards. In all the boards.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. It's just the most insane thing. And most of us send our kids to private school if we can.
The region, in these regions, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you have a very high
35,000 a kid in Atlantic City High, they're getting a shit ton of money. Plus, they spent almost $100 million to build the facility that was overbuilt, and it stuck the sending districts with a huge price tag because the inner city insisted on a massive building with massive this up, go read the history of Atlantic City, knock down the old one, build a new one for close to $100 million.
High school needed that funding, and they said, no, we're not going to give it to you for textbooks, for new chairs, and for a new monitor that they need for school. They gave that money mainly to the private Jewish schools kids. Mainly. It's in Patterson High School.
So what's wrong with school choice?
What's wrong with school choice? A lot of people can't move to certain areas where they can afford to go to school.
But we have that right.
But we have that right. Okay, but we don't have that shit. It's mainly the lower class.
My point is that whatever downfall that's going on in New Jersey, and I'm just speaking, I don't live there, right? My mother's from Brooklyn, so I don't really have much to say about New Jersey. But my point is, I don't think it's fair that you should say whatever downfall that's going on in New Jersey is because of Jews. Right? Again, when you read Othello's article, okay, clearly, if there was some scandalous shit going on, I don't like it, right? But my point is that I just don't feel like we should be blaming them for everything that's going on there.
We're not blaming them for everything. I'm blaming them for specific things that they're doing.
You just said every school board in New Jersey. You just said every school board in New Jersey. Didn't you say that?
You can go mainly in central New Jersey.
So now you're changing what you're saying. So now you're saying
I said Hudson and Essex. Where's Hudson and Essex? Central New Jersey.
But where's Bergen?
Bergen is
When I said Bergen was... no, Bergen is not central New Jersey.
Well, it's north.
Bergen is not central New Jersey.
Where's Bergen?
Why don't you look on a map? What's the Bergen County, New Jersey? It's North Jersey. It is not central. It's North Jersey.
It's a Jersey argument.
You want to have a Jersey argument? What do you want to argue about in New Jersey? Pennsylvania's a big
look it up just to prove it.
She's from Pittsburgh. She's honorary.
I'm from Philly. Bergen County is North Jersey, and Josh Gottheimer is a member of Congress. He's a great member of Congress. Oh my God, he's a Jew. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, there are Jews that live there. Are you like upset that they have representation in Congress?
You've got one of the best members of Congress.
The conversation started because I said that Somalis don't benefit this country as much as Jews do. Basically, yes, and I said that 80% or 85% of the community in Minnesota are fucking scammers, and they're basically just coming here to take. And I said that majority Jews, they don't do that. They're coming here, they benefit this country more than the Somali community does. And then that's when Othello put the article in the chat, which I did read, and okay, I will admit, I don't like that, what I read, right? But that doesn't negate anything of what I said, basically, and that's how we got here.
Right now, I understand. But you know what's interesting?
Jews in America are scammers.
If you look at the day schools and the private Jewish schools around the country, and you will see that at least 50% of the students are there on scholarships paid for by other families and by the community. The local Jewish federations in cities across North America take their money that is donated by the community and allocate a percentage to the day schools so that many students that can't afford to go there have their tuitions paid for by the community. So if you want to talk about taking, let's talk about giving and how much is given and how much is also, and let me give you another fun statistic. 26 to 27% of all charitable giving in the United States is given by the Jewish community. That's across the board. Okay, that's universities. That's diseases, curing of diseases. That's hospitals. Yes, take a look at the statistic of how much is donated by the Jewish community. An overwhelming percentage based on being 2% of the population. So you're talking about taking versus giving. I'll not with you any day and argue it. And you pick the charity, university, pick the hospital system, but pick let's see, multiple sclerosis. Let's talk about cystic fibrosis. Like pick a disease charity, arthritis disease, and look at the money given and who's donating to help cure these diseases, to help the American Heart Association. Look at who the donors are. Okay? And you want to talk about taking
We're not
versus
saying that things. We're just basically saying that every community does scam. But again, the root of my point, which started this whole conversation, was basically I'm gonna keep sounding like a broken record that they don't produce more. The Somalis don't produce more in this country than the Jewish community does.
Right, Somalians.
And that's just a fact. Like
That's a fact. That's a fact. But
thank you. That's all I was saying. Okay, but so whatever is going on in New Jersey, again, it's not cool. They shouldn't be doing whatever I'm reading in this article if this is 100% true, right? But that wasn't really my point. What I was getting at. But again, we can find articles like what Othello put for other communities too, right? In New Jersey, that I'm pretty sure are doing a lot of fuck shit right now.
There's plenty of white communities and plenty of black communities that have produced scams.
Right, so we can't just say that this is a Jewish thing that's happening there. They're just taking
part. You were just criticizing the Somalis per se, going like, that's 80%. Like, it seems like they're all there to scam.
Am I lying? In Minnesota, aren't 85% of Somali families, basically 75 to 80% on public assistance?
Yeah, plus it's
this is a fact.
A lot of them don't understand English enough too, so where it's like they kind of have
That's not good. Like, there's got to be some kind of an assimilation angle.
How much does their community help their own community? That's a question I would ask.
Sure. Do they produce new businesses to support themselves, like supermarkets, restaurants?
I believe so.
Do they charitably give back to their own community?
I'm sure.
You're sure, or do you know? Do they have philanthropic associations that they give back to their own community?
Look that up.
You know, meaning if they're contributing and making a thing, they might just be slow and hoarding a bunch of the cash they're grabbing.
What would they be hoarding it for, though? For themselves, right?
There's scared people that when they see cash, they tend to think to save most of it and build with a little bit of it. You know, just different standards. And we can, penalize them for it, but then, tell them to start investing.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I stand by my point. If I were to pick a community, I'm picking the Jewish community every time over them.
Well, I like the Jews.
So,
You said you
and Othello, you know what?
Me too.
Thanks, let me ask you a question, thanks.
Me too.
What is your reason for not, and this is just a question for things, because, what is your reason for not being too fond of them?
They're very hostile. They have their own communities. They shut everyone off. It's like anytime when another community tries to get comfortable with them or close to them, they just awkwardly just distance themselves. This is what it too. It's like they're like a private group. No one can touch. Cops won't arrest you if you say anything wrong to them. It's like they're very hostile against us. And then they do all the fuck shit underneath our noses because they can. It's like, why would we be cool with you? Like, yeah, you did a lot. Yeah, we benefited off you in some degree. But now you fuck us over in the lower class, and then you get all hostile with us, and then they don't even allow other people in the community. Shit, everybody.
Thanks. Have you ever been to Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
No, only been in this.
Do you know, it's not that far. You can drive there from Jersey. It's in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
No.
It's called the Amish. It's a culture.
Beautiful culture.
A beautiful area. If you hang around the Amish, do you think the Amish want you to be in their community and touch them and let's see what other things you said? Be around them? No. You just, the Amish are very private.
You have to work on Jewish land, working with
No. That's not what I'm saying. Amish are very religious.
Jews are just renters. They move in.
Exactly.
So if you have a problem with the community that's, the Amish are very strict, very conservative. They like to keep to themselves. Is that something that bothers you?
Everyone likes to keep to themselves.
Yeah, you'll never understand how very religious
Because he agrees
the religion. I'm saying your register is not going to be on the same social network of 10 men that are meeting every morning, every evening, and every afternoon, just because of religious devotion, right? Those people, the social cohesion that makes amongst, let's say, those 10 men and their families and their parents and grandparents that were born there and their children that are growing up there. The kind of social glue they have, you're just never going to get in there unless you're Jewish. Like, you could wave at them, you could, like, as they go to their shul, to meet with the same 10 men that have been there since time immemorial. But, like, there are layers of control of the community that are deeper and deeper embedded in the community. Some guy passing through, a stranger, or even someone that's there regularly, like a policeman, is not going to be privy to, like, the internal bits. He's going to have some, like, liaison at, like, a higher level, or, like, some middleman guy. You're not going to be in the Jewish community unless you're Jewish. It's always going to be the case. Just like I'm not in the freaking Catholic community. I'm not in the Protestant community, I'm not in the Baptist community, I'm not in the Muslim community.
Here in LA, right? I call it Black Beverly Hills because that's basically where it is, where there's a high group of Black individuals here, and they live very well for themselves. And they have the same thing. Like, you're not going to get in that circle unless you're Black. But you're cool with some. Or Black American. But you're cool with some of them, right? Yeah, no, but just like I'm cool with some Jews too. But I understand.
I can't go into those circles just out of nowhere.
I understand that the Jewish community, just like the Black community, just like some white communities, they have Haitians. Yes, it's all the same shit. Like, they're not just gonna let you in.
Was like guy in Jersey, we did interview in New Jersey, and everybody that wasn't Jewish said they don't like Jews, but they don't mess with Jews because of what's going on around here. It's not like, oh, well, we didn't do that.
Anti-Semitism is fun again.
But it's like, no, it's like the people over here, we're not anti-Semites. We're literally lower class ghetto people. Some are.
Why would you do
We're ghetto people too, Fangs. We're ghetto people. Actually, we invented the word.
Yeah, the ghetto was the place you put the Jews. They're poor Jews.
We're more ghetto than
life. They're living like the Amish.
Yeah, the origin of it starts in Venice with the Jews.
Okay, so with all that being included, why wouldn't we have an issue with them? We're supposed to be like, all right, we just line up.
Maybe you have an issue. Maybe you have an issue, but like, that's you.
Because you should work with them. They're here. They're part of America.
Hey, Fangs, have you ever, like, hired a Jewish lawyer or gone to a Jewish doctor or, like, a Jewish teacher?
I was trying to get one of my Jewish friends to do.
Okay, so why do you paint the brush that it's the whole community? That's the problem I'm having with what you're saying.
Because we correlate to the whole community when we don't see Jewish people literally being on the outside, on the outskirts of it. So that's what we do. If we can't see a single Jewish person to where we're comfortable, cool, buddy with, it's like we're gonna label all of y'all like that, especially in New Jersey.
Should I label all Black people that way?
You know what it is, Felix? Listen, I will admit something right now, right? I used to have the same, like, not saying like you're having right now, but I used to ask myself, like, damn, why do they own the jury just because my mom's from New York? Like, why are they all in the jury? Like, why do they own so much this? Why? But then you know what it is? I feel like you need to have conversations with them and actually sit down and try to, like, talk to them. Because when I started to actually talk to them and sit down and try to understand why things are the way they are, my whole stance on things just started changing. And I just feel like are you giving them a chance to, like,
And I'm gonna tell you an honest story. I'm gonna tell you honest one. In Newark, New Jersey, right now, there's a Jewish man that owns a housing complex, Section 8. He raised the rent on everyone that's living in that Section 8 projects in Newark, New Jersey. They asked him, why did you raise the rent? No response. They asked him again, hey, why'd you raise the rent? Like, it doesn't make sense.
The interest rates went up, taxes went up.
Supposed to be going on their check. Whatever their check is, however much they make is what they charge them on their Section 8. They raise the rent.
Well, expenses have gone up, things. Like, have you ever owned real estate? Have you owned real estate and leased it ever? And had property taxes go up or insurance rates go up? Like, what am I missing here, guys? Like, have you ever owned real estate, things, and rented it out?
No.
Okay, so when you own real estate, like, you have expenses when you own the real estate, including property taxes, insurance.
So it's okay for a single mother's rent to go up from $800
$500 to $1,000.
You should talk to the governor.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
I mean, what if the person who owns the building, their expenses went up by $200?
Do you think when something like that happens, that this, hold on. So let me ask you a question. Like, this is genuine right now, right? Do you think when something like that happens where they raise things, do you think they're sitting in themselves like, damn, how can I fuck over all these people and I'm just gonna raise their rent because I'm a horrible fucking person? Or are they just trying to meet where the economy is going? So they're not losing money, which is like typically what people who run businesses do. Like, I don't think that people are just sitting in their fucking house like, you know what, I hate these people so fucking much, I'm gonna raise the rent. Like,
But he like you said, it is really for money too. And if they raise the rent on the Section 8,
I got something for you. Section 8, brother, Section 8, even if the landlord, even if the landlord raises the rent, Section 8 also has the authority to either move those people or either ask for more to pay out, meaning Section 8 will pay on the back end, right, so that those residents doesn't have to eat that. So if the rent was raised by $100, then those residents can put in a request to the government, and the government will see that on the reflected paperwork. The government will look on taking on that back end cost, so the residents doesn't have to do that. How do I know that? Because I've signed up and helped people get on stuff like housing, all these things, and we have to look at the variances and what type of housing they're moving into. Is it project-based housing? Is it tax credit? Is it affordable housing? All those things matter because that dictates the type of rent.
Right, so basically that's not them sitting in their room saying, I'm gonna puff over all these people because I don't like a bunch of black people or I don't like a bunch of whoever, and I'm just gonna raise their rent, right? Things. Let him answer, please. So I really want to hear his take.
yeah, no, it's all about money. It is all about.
Thank you,
So when the community and the area starts building up, it starts getting more gentrified to where the property taxes are gonna be up. Yeah, they're gonna charge us way more. But
Insurance.
In certain areas where it's the projects, it's not the projects anymore. It's slowly less and less becoming the projects where we have to pay more for rent, but our jobs don't even pay us that much. So it's like, yeah, you can work in these areas.
You should be talking to your elected representatives about that.
They're basically telling us you can work in these areas, yeah, but you're not gonna make as much to live in these areas. So you're gonna have to live somewhere else. Now that it's getting more gentrified. So the people that are in Section 8 that make enough to pay for their rent, they can't afford their rent anymore because now all this kid will take that house that the new family just moved out of because they can afford it.
And you think it's only Jewish people that move into all of these properties?
It's mainly here in Jersey.
And where in the whole state of New Jersey?
It's damn near everywhere in New Jersey.
Everywhere in New Jersey, really?
It's an epidemic.
So it's along the beaches in New Jersey, where Section 8 housing. Yeah, you know, think of how you sound. Think of how you sound. The generalizations are terrible.
And housing, brother, it's dictated again on your income. But if it's raised, right, if the landlord comes in and says, hey, I want to raise.
That's true. That is true.
A lot of Jewish people. What do you mean by a lot of Jewish people?
A lot of Jewish people that own homes.
What's a lot? Who are these people?
That own property.
That own property. So everyone that owns property is out to swindle, is what you're saying.
They're swindling us, yes.
Yes.
Professional
All of them. Every one of us, right? God forbid you have something that goes wrong with your heart. I hope that your surgeon.
You're taking it to the heart, and I'm telling you what we're going through.
Yeah, what are you going to do if your doctor's last name is Goldstein? What are you going to do?
Correction is do something for us, right?
I'm not wrong. I'm not ignoring the plight of what the government then will require the residents, right, to fill out a form letting the government know, hey, put in a change request. Or you can do a request to move. The government also, if the rent is too high, the government will file a summons to not pay sometimes. And the government has backed out and said, hey, we're not going to pay $2,000 a month in rent. The government has control to do that. I suggest you do fill out your summons. If you cannot afford to stay there, let the government know and say, hey, I mean, because it's easy. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. They're not asking you these questions, brother. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, black or white. None of this matters. Set all that to the side. Take your butt down there
that you can have some protections in case your rent is raised. All these protections are out there for everybody.
I don't know if they did that now, but majority of people that live in housings that owned by Jewish people, they just sucked it up and said, you know what, fuck it, we're just gonna pay.
Majority of the people that live in housing owned by listen to how I speak. Thanks. Do you have like a career? Do you have a career? Do you work? Do you make a living?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you go to college?
Yes. I went to trade school.
You went to trade school. You didn't go to university.
No.
Do you ever think of going to a university?
No.
Right?
Yeah, I'm ACE certified. I'm ACE certified on working on cars. I'm working.
Okay, so is there a way to ultimately advance in that today?
Yeah, I live in Section A.
So, but you said you make good money. So if you make good money, why are you living in Section A?
I don't make the good money that they make.
So could you go to school and study more and maybe get a higher level position?
Abby, you're scraping and scrambling the beat.
No, I'm not scraping on how you're living. Then go back and study and push yourself.
Listen to what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
All of those people, you're telling everybody that's in the community here to where they have to almost live off that income to live in these areas. And the Jews are pushing them out as slowly as they can. You're ignoring that because you're like, oh, it's not all of us. There was a protest about it. There was a protest about it, and I can send it.
Okay, so but did you file a complaint after the protest was over? Did you fill out? Hold on, brother. Hold on. Just calm down. You gotta fill out the paperwork to file your complaints with the government first, right? Because I help people do this stuff all the time, right? You gotta complain with the house. Got bugs. Brother, I live here now for work.
Okay, so that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
What do you mean it doesn't count?
Because we're talking about the corruption here in Jersey.
Look, my problem with people like what Fang says is this: like, you act like the people that are there that are, you know, kind of in fucked up situations right now. I'm not being inconsiderate either, but this is the truth. Like, everybody has the opportunity to pull themselves out of whatever fucking situation they're in.
Not everybody.
We all know. Hold on. Listen, okay, and I'm not doing this whole to fucking improve their lives is ridiculous. Like, it's not the Jews' fault. It's like, bro, just figure it out.
It's your fault.
Like, we all have to.
Yeah, just figure it out.
It's your fault, Fangs.
It's your fault. Bro, as crazy as it sounds, yes, it's that. It's literally that direct, bro. You gotta figure it the fuck out. So let me ask you a question. What should they do, Fangs? Hold on, Ashley, because we have to dissect this, bro. Because this is a fucking sickness that we're dealing with right now.
For the Jewish community?
No, for the people that you claim can't fix the situation that they're in right now. You're
basically talking about, well, you gotta get a further education and make more. Okay, that's gonna take a couple months. That's gonna take maybe even a year or so. Plus, that's also gonna take money that they don't have. So you're talking about maybe even a single mother with 2 kids that has to now go get another further education just to afford the housing that now.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's not people in this fucking world or this country that have not been single mothers? Hold on, that haven't been single mothers and they've gone to school and pulled themselves out of the situation. So then, what are you talking about then?
I'm saying that
maybe they decided to study instead of fucking off. Like maybe they decided to spend those hours and actually apply and made those life choices, right?
It's not ignorant, bro. Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. You're comparing somebody that got out of the situation because of their own
form. And you're not doing that. Go fill out
Look, Ashton, Ashton, this is deeper than just a form. We're talking about a real problem that we have here right now. That people who think that they're at the bottom, that they can't somehow, some way get themselves out of the situation that they're in. And like, I'm asking things like, so they're supposed to just sit there and wallow in their fucking sickness or whatever they're dealing with? So then what are they supposed to do?
You're saying that basically if somebody else that has the same situation as they do here in New Jersey, they say, oh, well, certain people got out of that situation. It's different because when first of all, we've been here. We've lived here for years upon years. And we've never...
Do you think that there's not people that are fucked up here in LA that's also dealing with this? Like, people are not the only broke people that
say that. Here in New Jersey, we can pinpoint where it all comes from. We can pinpoint the reason. And
you can do that same thing in every 50.
Isn't Cory Booker a black guy and he pulled himself out and he went to, where'd he go? Oxford, Cambridge? I mean, so
there are plenty of
there's plenty of people in Jersey. He's Newark, man. He pulled himself right out.
Hold on, Abby, this is why I said this is ignorant. Because you have people here that can't go to further education. You have people here that are almost paralyzed because of their jobs.
Why not?
People here that don't have to work these fields.
Why can't they make the choice? Why can't you make the choice to go own a mechanic shop instead of just working as one? Why can't you make that choice to go and apply?
Is that what you just said right now?
I said I'm young. I have the opportunity to make that choice. I have the opportunity to get there. But you're talking about people that don't have that ability are probably already wrapped into with their old jobs where they have to work.
Why don't they have that ability?
Because they'll get evicted by the time they get that diploma.
You mean so the choice of applying themselves versus farting around one night, like or applying themselves to do something else?
Stop what they're doing. Get a further education just so they can afford to now live in a place that the Jewish people in their community just ran up, and then you're basically telling them, we'll get a further
education. And it's the fault of the Jews that somebody hasn't chosen to open a
Literally nobody's telling them to quit their jobs.
Listen to me, even blue-collar workers that live here in New Jersey, they're facing the shit too. If they're doing shit in our community,
to advance yourself.
Abby.
You just said you're living in Section 8. You don't want to live in Section 8. You're going to get out of that.
Here in New Jersey,
You think we should hand you the money to get out of it? Or do you think you should get out of it yourself? And thanks. How do you think you're going to get out of Section 8?
Question, bro. That is a real
Do you think we should be handing you the money to get out of Section 8? Or you may make a choice one night to open a bank instead of going out and hanging out on the street. Like, you make that choice, right? No, I'm asking you what you're doing to advance yourself.
It's not me specifically.
Well, you said you live in
getting evicted. Everyone's getting evicted right now. Y'all should all get a higher education to not get evicted. Even though y'all work jobs that...
Listen, I'm not in the business of kicking people when they're down. I'm manifesting that that situation is going to get better for you, bro. And I genuinely fucking mean that. But you're not going to sit here and tell me, because you just came out your mouth and said that you have the opportunity to change the situation. So, I mean, I believe in the next 5 years, your situation isn't going to be what it is right now. And so you would be one of those, but the same drive that you fucking had is the same drive that everybody else is going to fucking have. It's what I'm telling you.
So we're not the drive is something we're talking about. Obviously, people get out of their situations if someone that won a lottery to get higher education, they do something, whatever that happens. But we're talking people here, lower income people here. That
win the lottery?
Yeah, you can win the lottery, and that's the main reason why I see people in Jersey get out of their situations. When
You think that's how they get out of their situation? They win the lottery? Or do you think they might get out of their situations because they apply themselves?
A bunch of people in Jersey apply themselves. That doesn't mean they get to those positions.
But you could go down to Atlantic City. There's a couple loose slot machines I can point you to. But
listen to what I'm saying. Because right now you're just saying, oh, well, just get a better job. Just go to higher education so you can afford to live in these places. That's ignorant. You're not even tackling the core situation.
So they should just say, they should just say, because from what I'm hearing from you, is there's no other option and there's no other way that they can afford their situation.
No, you gotta turn on the Jews. There was literally a whole protest here about it, on what the Jews were doing. And because they
and so your whole reason for why everybody is suffering where you're suffering is because
I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying specific reasons on why they're suffering and can't afford a certain amount of things is because Jews are racking up the prices. And because Jews are also using the welfare system, which a lot of other people have to use.
So now we're taking your welfare money too. Yeah, I'm not taking your welfare money, and I never took it when I lived in New Jersey, and I'm a Jew, and I never took your welfare money. It's not like I paid to your welfare money. I paid a huge amount of taxes.
This is the defeatist attitude that is seriously a problem, bro. Within the community. No. You don't understand things. You really, like, all jokes aside, bro, you don't understand how dangerous it is, like, what you're saying.
Yeah, because they'll kill me.
Like, you're essentially saying that they're just lame ducks and they should just sit there and roll the fuck over. And the reason why they're going through what they're going through is because of the Jews. That's literally what you're saying right now, bro.
You want to know what else you're saying, Fangs? And you don't even realize it? You're virtue signaling to the same people that went in Jersey City and shot up the kosher market and shot up people because they were angry at the Jews. This is how you get people hurt because you
housing, jobs, school systems, all things that you need to fucking survive. And you're pretty much saying that the reason why those situations are the way they are is because of the fucking Jews. Do you not know how dangerous that is?
If it's dangerous, then why can't I say it?
Brother, I'm not saying
just don't believe that that whole problem and the whole reason why they're dealing with what they're dealing with or whatever you're dealing with is because of fucking Jews, bro. And that's very irresponsible.
Anytime we complain, anytime we point it out to say, hey, y'all doing this to us and we don't like that. Oh, you're anti-Semites.
Even the to ignore it. I didn't say that. So but I'm just sitting here telling you that you have the opportunity, just like you actually admitted to having, to get out the situation. And everyone else that's in those situations have the opportunity to
not get out that situation.
Even the people with fucking kids, I've seen single mothers fucking break their ass, bro, to get out of the situation that they get out of. And LA is fucking hot to live here, bro. And so it's women coming from Skid Row, fucking South Central, all the places here that are fucked up and they can get out of those situations. I'm pretty sure people in Jersey can too, bro.
Yeah, you angry at the Asians for owning the markets, or the Hispanics, or the people from India that own the markets that sell you stuff? Are you angry at them because if they jack up the prices, is it their fault?
Things have the opportunity, but the other people don't. Like, this is crazy.
No, I'm not saying that. You're basically saying the opportunity. You're basically saying, oh, well, you obviously have the opportunity. A single mother right now with 2 kids is literally taking out of her savings just to afford.
Okay, so how many other people who deal with what she's dealing with that came out here?
You're giving solutions to something that's not there, and I'm trying to explain that to y'all. And instead of just looking at the people that are responsible for what's going on, and saying, oh,
birth control too.
Saying the people that are abortion rights right now, they should make more than us.
Like this, bro, all I'm saying is that's a defeatist attitude, and that's not good.
Okay, well, at this moment, we don't have a solution for it.
You do have the solution. It just sounds to me like y'all are refusing to find this solution, and you just want to be handed.
We're not looking for solutions. The
public schools, Section 8 housing, Obamacare. Like, at a certain point, get a job.
Everyone has jobs. We're talking about the working class. We're not talking about bums that are just leeching off housing systems.
Well, yes, you can have a job. Wait a minute, bro. Like, this is different than just like, oh, get a job. It's like, this is a mindset problem we're talking about here. This is not just, oh, go get a fucking job. This is just the will power to want to go fucking change your fucking life. You're basically just saying here, we should just stay here and just roll over and just say, fuck it. We're fucked up. Right? We did.
No, because she was talking about owning your own car shop or something.
So you don't think that you have the capabilities to possibly own your own fucking car shop?
Possibly, but it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee.
Nothing in life is a guarantee. Owners are the ones that hold on. But what is a guarantee is that you can fix your situation, right?
Not everyone can fix a situation.
Wow, this is crazy, dude.
I can probably fix my situation.
So why can you fix it, but nobody else can?
Because I already told you.
Why is there even a 5% chance that you can, but nobody else can?
Once again, right to own rules.
Unchanged. Who cares? He's like 40 is fucking old.
You're going to put y'all back in this game. You have this notion somehow.
I'm 28. I pray to God I get to 40. That's not old.
God.
Okay. But like I said, people that are 40 or even 30, they work in these fields to where the community benefits on them.
30 is definitely not enough.
They're not making enough to live in these places. They have to come out of pocket in their savings to now afford to live there. So now if you tell them, hey, if you can't afford to live here, you can always, assert yourself to get more. Oh, well, how do I do that in my plumbing?
Hey, look, if there's anybody in this room that's suffering from this fucking situation, please do not listen to this man. Because I swear to God, there is always going to be a will. Where there's a will, there is a fucking way. You are never stuck in your situation. I hate people that talk like that. That doom and gloom attitude is fucking dangerous, bro. It really is.
More dangerous because it's like,
How old are you, Sam? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Oh my fucking God. You are too young to be having that fucking attitude.
You can't touch on any subject.
Looking at your pictures, you have a picture of Osama bin Laden. What's the reason for that?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, we're letting him off the hook right now. This is crazy. Like, you're 24 years old and you sound like life is just fucking over. It's not.
No, I'm not saying that, but it's like I can't address the problems.
But you can address it. The point, but you're addressing the problem, but you're saying that there's no solution to the fucking problem. And
you're telling me, no. I didn't say there was no solution. I'm saying the majority of people don't have that leeway to get out of the situation that they're currently in. You're ignorant, they will just get a higher education, get out of there.
Not ignorant.
Away. Okay, but you're telling me.
So it's not ignorant what you're saying that, there's no way they're stuck because of the fucking Jews or the that's not ignorant.
You get
How about working harder?
Situations if you're lucky.
How about working harder, guys?
Right.
How about
I didn't think of that.
Working harder?
I didn't think of that. We need to work harder.
And listen, I live my life by the motto, nothing stays bad forever, bro, and there's always a way out of everything. That's bad. And you need to maintain that. And I've seen single mothers that have that same mindset that nothing stays bad forever, and they're gonna get out the situation. And guess what? They're lit as fuck today. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, I understand that the government, we all know that they do some shady shit, but I can send you more documents and more proof on what they're doing. As to listen, it's certain things. You act like I'm.
Ashton, what would you say to a 24-year-old, Ashton?
Well, the thing is if he has the opportunity to move his things, his rumpus, and get up off your butt and physically move yourself out of an area if you can't make it. I remember when I was on that place. I'm not on the streets anymore. I think you can do it, brother, with the right help.
So this lady was homeless. Got up off her ass and changed her fucking life. So things. So what are we talking about right now?
We're talking about
I'm sorry, it's not on that time.
Here's the deal. The kid life is discipline and following rules. There are so many programs out there, brother, that'll help you long as you got discipline, aptitude, or fortitude. And as long as you're able to do that, I don't care if you're a Republican or whatever, it doesn't matter. Send all that to the side. If at the end of the day to yourself, I have the will to get better and do better, doesn't matter who you are. Those things come along because there are people that are willing to help you in life, right? And
Ashton, people here have that same mindset. People here are working extra time. People here are working overtime. People here are trying to get more hours just so they can afford groceries. What you're not understanding is you're saying, oh, well, there's a way. But there's no way. You have a old abuela that has to take care of not only her kids, but her grandkids, that works at the grocery store, but doesn't make enough to house these people. We're talking about people that are moving from 2 bedrooms to a studio. 2 bedrooms, they have to share a studio now.
Brother, I had my clothes in 2 black trash bags. Think about that for a minute. I didn't have a studio.
I'm talking about a specific person. I'm talking about a community.
Brother, I'm telling you what I saw out here in Dallas, Fort Worth, not just my situation, brother. All kinds of folks is on the streets, and you had 2 cops.
You know what? I don't want to hear what you're talking about, Earl. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If people could come over here from a whole other fucking country, a fucked up ass country where they have absolutely nothing, and trek their asses to a whole nother world, basically a whole nother part of the world, and change their life, you're not gonna fucking tell me as a born American that you don't have the opportunity, or that no one around you doesn't have the opportunity to fix themselves, bro. You're not gonna tell me that. Because somebody even from Somalia, the country that I'm talking about, that I can't stand those people, right? But there are some of those people that come here and they fix their fucking lives. And people from Mexico, like I have a problem with some of them too. But they come from those fucked up ass governments that they come from, and they come here and they change their fucking lives. So if they're capable of doing that, why is a 24-year-old who I would assume has no fucking kids having a mindset that you have? You're a born American. Well, that's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Look at all the
Because we see the corruption that's going on in the system in New Jersey. We can change our lives by moving out of New Jersey. That's why everyone's leaving New Jersey.
Okay, people left their countries, brother. You're talking about moving out of fucking New Jersey to move to another state. That wasn't even my solution for you, right? I feel like you could get it done in New Jersey. I gave you the example of people leaving their country, bro. Their country to come to like
it. I'm saying here in Jersey, you can't. I'm saying here in Jersey, it's difficult. I'm saying here in Jersey, the corruption is terrible to where you can't even afford
it could also be taxes.
All of those states you just listed, they don't have as much Jews as they do in New Jersey.
Oh, Florida?
Abby, you are literally talking to someone
Florida doesn't have as much Jews. The most Jews
his comment that he just made, hold on, bro. His comment that he just made, this is a losing argument
It's an anti-Semitic comment. He's gonna come out and say it. That
He
was
fucking thinks
awful
that the Jews are the reason why he is dealing with what he's dealing with, and the people there. And I am very, very compassionate about people who are fucked up. I donate a lot of money to the fucking homeless, bro. I go to Syria pretty often and help these people. And I see life-changing stories every fucking day. You know what Skid Row is?
Is that a dude over on the edge? Or in the stash? Look at that stash. Is that a dude living on the edge of the stash?
And your whole mindset is, oh, the Jews are the reason why you're dealing with that's bullshit.
Let me ask him something. Hey, thanks. What would you
It's not a big
do?
reason at all. That's pretty fucked up in my opinion. And that right there, hold on, because that conversation and that mindset right there would piss somebody that might not have a lot of wherewithal in their mind to pick up a fucking gun and say, you know what, he's fucking right. I'm gonna go fucking smoke every last one of these fucking Jews because they're the reason why my mother can't feed us. They're the reason why, like, bro, that is fucking dangerous, bro.
That's
And you do have the freedom of speech to say it, bro. You do.
And
You gotta understand that that's dangerous.
They're hostile to us. That's why they don't come.
And so that's exactly what happened in New Jersey, thanks. Right where you live. That's exactly what happened in Jersey City, right where you live, because people talk the way you're talking. Just think about how you sound. Think of what the hate is. Now, what if we substituted the word Jewish and we put in the word black? How do you think that would sound? How do you think that would sound? What do you think that would sound like? Pretty horrible, wouldn't it?
That's what's going on.
Well, no. Think about everything you just said and substitute the ethnic group.
I have to say, listen, Abby, I don't want to say these things.
What would you do if a Jewish person came and asked you to fix their car?
Unfortunately, I fixed Jewish people's car.
Unfortunately, why is that
Unfortunately, really, Faye? Do you know that's against the law?
To what? Fix a Jewish person's car?
Discriminate?
Oh my God, it is. But we can't call corruption because we're so worried about discriminating.
No, but why would you discriminate?
Because we're too worried about discrimination. That's what you're telling me. We can't.
How would you like it if I said I wouldn't take a client because of their ethnicity?
We're not
and it was your ethnicity.
Jewish people are.
How do you think it would sound?
Doing that. Hold on, but
how do you think it would sound if I said I wouldn't sell my house to someone of another ethnicity? What do you think that sounds like? That's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what you sound like.
But it's pretty bad what we're dealing with over here.
No. It's against our law in this country.
It's against the law and what they're doing too. That's why
So you're justifying discriminating? You're justifying it? Now imagine if everyone in this room said they wouldn't do business with there's no but on it. It's wrong.
Because it's still happening. It's still happening. We can't talk about the corruption.
Ashton, you want to take this one?
Because you don't want to get in your feelings. We have to talk about this because there was a little protest about it. We signed petitions about it. We were literally.
Here's the thing. For you to have a brush over every single Jewish person.
We didn't say that. We said the Jewish here in Jersey.
I'm talking about in your area. Give me a minute.
Now you're going to mute up and let her talk.
You can't paint every single person in your area or sector as an enemy of you. If you do business with folks, brother, you got to do business with everybody. You think Jerry Jones sits up there and says, well, I'm sorry, I'm only going to allow this kind of people in my... No, he don't give a dang on who he sells tickets to. You got to have that mindset, brother. Sell. Have an open mind, and you'll make more money, right? Money comes to you when you have an open mind to be able to work with everybody. They don't care if you do what you... Have it, brother, I didn't set up. Have an open mind, right? And not go down there and have a meeting with them, right? Why be reserved and hold back?
They don't want no one...
Understand.
Hey, you know why I'm giving him a little bit of a pass, right? I'm not giving him a pass because of what he's saying, but like he's 24, right? This is something I expect someone that's 24 to fucking think like, because I feel like, you know what, I was kind of thinking like that 4 years ago, bro. But with growth and a little bit of, prayer, you will get yourself out of that, bro. I just feel like you have a real bad defeatist attitude. And your comment when Abby asked you what would you do if a Jew wanted you to fix his fucking car, and your comment was that would be unfortunate. Like
As elected mayor, I will instruct all CBD captains and sergeants to set traps and destroy these criminals. Smash and grabs will end forever.
I know I'm not tripping. No, and I mean, you're black just like I'm black. I mean, you're not gonna tell me, okay, Black Beverly Hills is right around the corner for me. And so I see black people flourishing around this motherfucker every day. And all of them did not grow up and were giving a fucking silver spoon, bro. So you're not gonna tell me that it's not possible for you or anyone else in that area of Jersey. Because you know what? I guarantee you that there is somebody in that area that you're living in that's going through what you're going through that does not have that same attitude you have. And then in the next 2 to 3 years, they're not going to be living how you say that they're living.
How did you know they were?
Everyone knows. You being 24, I expect that to come from you. And all I'm telling you is, bro, that attitude is not going to go get you anywhere, bro. It's not.
I don't want it.
I know you don't. Nobody does. I understand you don't.
Thanks. A little advice. Don't talk in generalities. It makes you sound ignorant. Okay? Just say all. You said go through all the dialogue tonight. All school boards in every place. Then you said, okay, just New Jersey. And then you said, okay, all school boards in all these counties. Like, think about how you speak.
We were talking about New Jersey.
No. Thanks.
We were talking about Jersey for the French.
Thanks. I'm giving you some advice. Okay?
I understand the advice, but what you're telling me is too.
Talking in generalities, talking about a whole ethnic group is going to get you in trouble.
No one's telling you to forget about the corruption, bro. That's not what we're doing.
They called everybody that was in the protest in North anti-Semites because we were protesting and it literally.
I don't know who they are, and I don't. Again, things. All we have to do is substitute the word Jewish.
No one's telling you not to say nothing or have a problem with it. I'm just saying stop painting that shit with a brush.
Absolutely straight out, Colin.
What's going on? That's why you're calling me a bitch.
No, because you admitted to discriminating. You admitted to. Mike, do you want to talk? Because I'm going.
Everything that I said that the Jewish community that was going underneath the
I don't want to. I'm not trying to change the conversation.
Yeah, but please, Mike, it's fine.
Well, thanks. I want to ask you a question. Like, let's say you snap your fingers, you wake up tomorrow, and all the Jewish people are gone from New Jersey. What do you think changes?
Holy shit! First off, that's terrible. Second, I think a lot will change. I don't know if it's going to actually change extremely, but I know certain things will change. Yes, I know certain schools probably, because if we replace them with the people that are in our communities that we trust a little bit more, then yeah, we can start seeing some change. We can start seeing money go to inner city schools like we needed them to. We can start seeing rent not go crazy high. We can actually go off based off the income, which is Section 8. How is it crazy? How is it crazy?
So you're saying like
we're putting more money in inner schools, and then we're lowering the rent.
So you're saying the Jews are converting.
I'm saying the Jews are staying there.
What would you like to do to the Jews?
Hold them accountable.
What else would you like to do to them?
Get in there and get to know what
How do you intend on removing them?
I didn't say remove them.
What would you like to do to them?
I don't want them to be in certain positions because I feel like they're using those positions to benefit their own.
How are you going to do that? You're going to have a campaign to get rid of the Jews?
The Jewish community, they only keep themselves in their circle. They don't let anyone else in, mind you. So if we try to get into their, like even the Board of Education, we try to get close to the Board of Education, they're going to, mind you, it's a vote on where the money can go and what the money can be spent. Majority of Jewish people that are in the Board of Education, they're going to vote on.
Let's look at the Board of Education. Isn't New Jersey the one that had the black woman that was on the board?
Yeah, but they still have to make a vote. It doesn't go by, oh, well, if this person says so, then it's all right. No, it's a vote. And they have majority of Jewish within the voting system.
Really? So why don't you pull up the school board?
You know that, ma'am, if he does the math real quick, there's 365 million Americans, and you know dang on well if you got that pie in school, you split that pie into triangles. We got 13% black folks, others white certainly are more, Mexicans are more, and you get the idea. The Jewish, that's a small percentage, brother. So you can't sit all that stuff you talking about. Hey, look here.
Yeah, but it's in our systems that we needed to. In the housing and in the public school. It's mainly there.
Hey, man, somebody went to prison today. They didn't. They went to
prison. Yes, they did for welfare fraud. A couple of them got arrested for it.
the people here went to prison as well, brother. You have to have an open mind, and as you get older, see, the good Lord says that comes with wisdom, which right now, unfortunately, you gotta grab a hold of.
Ashton, do you mind for a second? Ashton, 1 second. I just want to read something. He said Essex County, New Jersey. So I just pulled up their school board. So listen to these names: Regina Bledstone, Medina E. Muhammad, not a Jew; Hassini K. Council, not a Jew; Casey Dudley, not a Jew; Pearl Anjanka Kamika, not a Jew; Josephine Garcia, not a Jew; Shaniqua Johnson, not a Jew; Tashir Cosby, not a Jew. So that's your
the board
your
of
board.
Essex.
Yeah, there's not a Jew. I mean, take a look at what I just read, and I apologize for my mispronunciation of some of those names. But yep, I just randomly picked up Essex. Let me pick up another county that you talked.
Go to Hudson.
Okay, that was Essex. Now, where you said that the school board is controlled by Jews. Not one of those names was a Jewish. Not one.
So.
They're black names and Hispanic and Muslim.
Okay.
Those are the names I read.
What's your point?
What's my point? I think I proved it, counselor.
No, it's not, because the money that we're still looking for in these public schools.
Did you or did you not say that the school board was controlled? It was all Jews on the school board. Am I the only one that heard?
You list off the names of Essex County and you list off everyone in the progression.
Did anyone hear him say that earlier?
Yeah, I did say that, but it still doesn't prove.
Okay, so I just disproved you completely.
No, you didn't, because the money
on one county. I'll go to another.
Okay, like I said, money is still coming out of these inner city schools and going.
What's that have to do with your statement that the school board was all Jewish? You're wrong. It's saying I was wrong. Can you acknowledge you said a misstatement?
I was wrong. I can say that.
Okay, let's go to another county.
I was wrong about that. But at the same time, I'm right about them taking money out of public schools, because they are taking money out of public schools. We still have textbooks from early 2000s.
That's called school of choice. We have that all over the United
States. We have the choice to not afford textbooks, new desks, to get the graffiti off the walls in the school. We have the choice not to put the money towards those things. We have the money to not afford certain maybe monitors to where we can detect guns. That's why.
Okay, I'm on Hudson County. Jose Suarez, Hector Gonzalez, Asaf Muhammad, okay? Robert Akrina, Janine Cleary, okay? Not one of those names is a Jewish name. They are Muslim names, and they are Irish, and they are Hispanic. Okay? That's my second county. Shall I go to my next county? What was the third county? Guys, is anyone catching on here?
Yeah.
Thanks, you lose on this. You were incorrect. Yes, you
doesn't take away from the problem.
It takes away from your argument that they have interrupted you on.
Thanks. Did you vote for your school board?
No.
Wait, didn't even vote?
No, I didn't vote.
Your mayors, your aldermen. Some of these school boards, no one even runs against them. They're just like there. They win by like 20 votes. It's fucking crazy.
Veloquest. We've got the vice president, Dijon Morris. So she's Hispanic, he's black. Dr. George Blute, a black guy, Indian woman. Tia Resbella, a black woman. This guy might be a Jew, Dr. Matthew Schneider. I'll hit every one of them if you want.
Just listed, that disproves everything I just said. No money is coming out of these schools and going to the Jewish community. Nothing, not a single cent.
Hear that for what your statements were tonight.
All right.
Hear that for what your statements were tonight.
All right. We're just imagining things. We're just pulling a rabbit out the hat. Everybody,
your area, that'd be like
community that's responsible. We're not saying every Jew. That's the community that's responsible. We're not saying every Jew is doing this. We're saying there's a community that is responsible for it, and now they're calling us anti-Semites.
Whatever the case may be, you guys to get with your school board. You guys to get with the people that actually hold the purse.
Even the housing system.
Sitting on. Look here. Whatever it is that you feel is making you angry, whether it's the housing system, whether it's the school board, whatever the case may be.
Everyone's struggling over here, but we're struggling even more now because.
I just told you, I was was homeless and my clothes was in a trash bag, in a black bag, all right? 2 black bags at the time when I was in a shelter, and I'm not anymore, right? So at the end of the day, and I'm a woman, so you're a dude, you can get out here and do all kinds of stuff. You can work in the oil field, right? Do anything in your life, and go out here and go work, because let me tell you something, brother, I had a job and I worked at a steel mill, okay? So don't sit there and say to yourself, no, ain't no wow. You either get out there and you work and you do something. And you know what I mean? And so at the end of the day, there are too many programs out here, especially in Dallas-Fort Worth, larger cities. You live in a bigger city than I do. There's got to be help for you. I would suggest you to even to your local religious communities. There's a lot of resources. Watch this. Remember, guess what? They'll pay 6 months of your life. So that's up to you to ignore the resources. We help somebody get 6 months of their lights paid for through a program called Community Action.
To do that, as you're saying, because they already have housing.
What are they spending their money on? What are they spending their money on?
A lot of them can't even spend their money.
What are they spending their money on?
Groceries.
Only
taxes,
groceries, no luxury items.
Food insurance. No, barely anyone can afford anything luxury. Barely anybody can afford to go out. We can only go out maybe like once every a month now. But it's okay if you find a way. There's a way to get out of that situation. Like, come on.
Just study more,
If
dog.
you really know what's going on down here, you wouldn't. And Abby, if you live
only
here,
go out once a month. We only go out twice a month.
But I don't, because I worked really hard and I studied really hard. So I don't.
Right now,
Okay, that's the difference.
Okay, but now you're acting like.
You think I came from it? I didn't come from it. I didn't come from money. I had to work. I worked and I studied. Okay, and made it for myself.
Congratulations, Abby.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement of that. So no one handed it to me. I worked, I took out student loans, and I studied, and I applied myself. And I wanted to go out and party with my friends, and I wanted to buy great shoes and purses, and I couldn't because I had to spend the money on school and to apply myself.
Because we're not going out.
Well, there you go. So
that's not where we're struggling.
We make our priorities. Just like Ashton told you she did.
Okay, the struggle is always going to be around. We've always been struggling. It has now got to a point to where it is gone out of hand because of that.
You're one thing that's a blessing. Meaning, you're a dude. You can go out here, seriously, brother. You can go out here and do anything that the good Lord made a man to do, including moving furniture.
What are we talking? Are we talking about the corruption that they're doing? Or are we talking about getting yourself
What
out of
I'm
the struggle?
trying to explain. Hold on, brother, before you start chopping me down like a tree in the backyard. Hold on, brother. You chopping wood real quick back here. All I'm trying to tell you, brothers, is there's ways out there that you can get yourself out of whatever situation it is.
I know that, Ashton.
But you're complaining, brother. Don't complain
because there's corruption going on. Ashton, come on now.
Speak out, but you gotta speak out about it too. The right
or it's not going to be the control and power over the strait that the U.S. wants. I think it's just going to cut up the region and cause more internal conflicts. You have 8 major or 9 major ethnic groups within Iran. The Kurds are going to want their peace. The Azeris are going to want their peace. The Balochis are going to want their peace. It's just going to be wild, man.
Honestly, I do not think so. I'm not with you on that point. Let me.
I want to hear you. I want to hear you out. Please go.
Thanks. First of all, the culture of being martyred is a good thing. Entangled with the Iranian patriotism, whatever, is what you see. Look at the borders with Turkey, the other borders that people can't actually get out of the country. There's not much traffic. People can leave, they're not. My extended family, my grandma, grandpa, they're we're staying here till the end. And these people are 70, 80, 90 years old. And my parents are not leaving Tehran. And so combine the two.
Happened in Iraq. We had that happened in Iraq. We had that unrest a little bit in Afghanistan. Not really, not as much. You had the Northern Alliance and the Pashtuns and all these different groups warring for a little while. I mean, it didn't happen in Syria because we just gave up the country to a fucking terrorist.
So just to tell you, 40% of Iran are minorities. They're Baluchis, they're Kurdish people, and they're Azerbaijanis have people in Azerbaijan or Turkey. Kurds are in Iraq and Turkey, and and then they said no because America has betrayed them the past 50 years in Iraq, and like when they encouraged them to go against Saddam Hussein, and then Saddam basically massacred them. And who was this guy? Like Reagan? Because they have ties to this piece of stupid land, which is Iran. And they hate the government, the regional government. But they feel like this compassion and like this, this identity that's tied to Iran. Even like Armenians who live inside Iran, who declare themselves not as Iranian, as Armenians, but they never wanted to like a piece of land for themselves because throughout the history, Iran basically kept all of them in. Like you have the second largest concentration of Jewish people in Iran. That's why you don't see any anti-Semitic rhetoric coming out of Iran because we have like a large Jewish population. Like Jewish people are just like other people. Yeah, Israel is fucked, but like Jewish people are like people. That's why I think it's highly unlikely that they get divided, but that's just me.
I trusted Turk or an Azeri before I ever trusted Kurd as an Armenian. I have roots, deep roots sowed with blood that was caused by the Turkish and the Azeris, but the Kurds were the arm and the sword that they used, and I trust the Turk before I trust a Kurd. Any given day, twice on Sunday. I think that on the borders, back and forth between what they're calling occupied Kurdistan, Iraq and Iran, the border of Iraq and Iran, right before the bombs started dropping, and then these troops pulled out. But we do know that like there has been certain intelligence operations and training these guys. So I don't know. I think that's my biggest fear. Do I think it'll happen? I'm leaning towards yes, but I respect your position as somebody from the region. You would probably know best. My culture isn't divided up like that, but we do have ethnic minorities that live in Armenia, and they fight for the Armenian flag just the same. Like we have a Kurdish subgroup, the Yazidis, the Yezdis, who fight under the Armenian flag. They call their banners up and they go to war standing next to us fighting the Azeris. So I get it. I can see what you mean.
Or even label them as like national heroes.
Yeah.
You have songs about them, bro.
Yeah, of course. Assyrians as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you that the balkanization with G actually of the various ethnicities in Iran will not happen. And part of it is just because for the reason that G explained, and also it's not as if this ethnicity has been around for 200 years. I mean, this ethnicity in Iran, you have to forgive me, it's kind of very basic here. They've been here literally for a couple thousand years, and throughout all of these conflicts in the past, we have not seen the separation of these ethnicities into separate, lands or sovereign countries. So in a sense, there is a higher allegiance to being an Iranian than being the ethnicity of your group Armenians and Azeri, Baluchis, and the rest of them. So I would say it's nothing you can say 100%, but it's highly, highly unlikely. For the reasons that both of you explained. I mean, you, Evan, you think that's a possibility. I would say maybe, but it's highly, highly improbable that something like that would happen. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, Eddie. Do you know why Iran's name was? Why is it called Iran, not Persia anymore?
Yeah, the Iranian people. I was under the impression that the renaming of the country from Persia to Iran was done by the first revolutionary king. And this is actually
but why?
But let me just explain to you why I heard some information recently that may not be correct. If I'm not sure if you're familiar with the fantastic book King of Shahnameh written by Ferdowsi. Throughout that, which was written 1,000 years ago, he doesn't talk about Persia. Actually, he said Iran. So what upward is being said was actually Iran, and then it became Persia shortly, and then it became Iran. I'm not completely sure.
The was formally changed to the name of Iran. So at least correct. Persia is the name of the sun. So the Greek myth is that Andromeda, the galaxy, has a one night stand with Zeus, the god of gods, and they have a son called Persia, which is modern day Iran. Okay, that has been blessed with most minerals and like everything, blah blah blah, which you can see. It's kind of true. No, that is the myth. But why was the name Persia changed about like in early 1900s to Iran? It's because the first Reza Shah, the first one of the Pahlavi kings, converted from Persia, the empire, to the holy states of Iran. So he technically, like the United States of America or UAE, acknowledge that there are like multiple ethnicities living in this land, and let's call them not united but holy states of Iran. And that's what is in the history. Because Iran, to begin with, when he came to power, was basically completely divided. It's like, okay, this is the holy states of Iran. And that's when we converted the name Persia to Iran. Just whatever.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would actually look it up because this came to my attention not too long ago.
ایالات عالیه ایران.
Okay.
Enough about it. I mean, who thought that little country Iran can just have a chokehold on the whole world's economy? Isn't that crazy?
I think it's a testament to its history.
Well, it's actually the testament of the purely geographical kind of condition, actually straight up away. And if that did not exist, then we couldn't make the point. So it's just basically the way the middle of the land and causing this constraint at the mouth of the ocean.
That's what gets you mad.
It's not as if you are in the ocean or anybody without thought about it. It's just the way the lay of the land. That's the way it is.
Has anybody gone back and looked at like 1956 when the Red Sword like there's another term in the region stuff. It's called the Suez Canal, which Egyptians have the right to control. And the same thing that happening right now happened in 1956 when Brits wanted to control that.
Because I keep my eye on every nickel. No borrowing and no wild spending. Not on my watch. Hold that thought. Oh, come on. Let's go back in.
The Egyptians say once you walk in, you never want to leave. It's not a flashy glass skyscraper.
Yeah, Eisenhower said
I'm a militia, and I've decided to get something predictable.
No, they still did it, but they didn't have the support of the strongest army in the world at that point. So the British were kind of forced to fight with the Egyptians on their home soil, which never really
like a great military power, and they fucked off.
being the police state of the world, right? like Trump ran on this idea of like being a hermit and just fixing domestic issues, and then I don't know what the fuck happened, man. I don't believe in the whole uranium shit. Iran had already enriched this uranium to 60% back in 2021 as a reactionary thing, all the while claiming that they're not developing weapons. And they were open to investigations and the probes, and I think he fucked it up. The Art of the Deal, best-selling author and current president.
Yeah, the one thing that he cannot do is to make a deal.
I agree. It's crazy. We were having a conversation in here about when Largiani got it was like posted on the 5 books he had. The philosophy of matter, but great nonetheless, and it was just interesting to see our guy wrote a book about making a deal, and there are guys who are writing books about Immanuel Kant. It's a corporation with Muslim philosophy, which kind of doesn't make sense.
Why did you change your name?
Oh, I was trolling. I crashed out on Sky because
No.
my family.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know my What did she say? She says some shit about my parents. My father. They gave it back to her, and then she said she didn't do it. It's okay. I called her a bitch, and then I moved myself down. But when I moved myself down, I also moved Samoa down out of anger. I don't know if you've met G, but she is also from the region, and a lot better than Scott.
Yeah, I think that was the issue. The person believed that he was entitled to more information than to decide those voting cases.
The answer would be yeah, right?
It would be yeah.
Not only does Cory Booker have a good relationship with the Jewish community, he actually speaks Yiddish. As well, and he learned it when he was in Cambridge or Oxford. I can't remember which school. It's very good relationship. The other senator, not so much, but they're not Jewish. Both senators. So you look at your members of Congress.
I'm praying for my generation because this kind of rhetoric is definitely, becoming more popular, and I
don't want to make it popular. I just want things.
Well, it's too late. All right, it's already there, right? It's just getting worse, and unfortunately, the Democrats are making it okay to be that way. And I'm not saying that you're a Democrat. I don't know what political party you affiliate with. I mean, from the sounds of it, you're kind of like raging against the machine, which I would think is doing a lot with anybody. But
I voted for Trump.
This is kind of disappointing because you're in a Trump room right now. So, you're not making the case that we're
And his family are real estate and they're Jewish. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're landlords and they're Jewish.
They're majority of other landlords here. And it's like, what is the point of telling me we have an issue without you saying
I'm just telling you that's Trump stuff.
if it's a specific
Trump is comes from a real estate family. His father owned buildings all over Brooklyn and Queens. He thinks Trump ever raised the rent on people?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
But to this extreme,
Probably.
It's not even like that's not even like
Probably. I've talked to the people in New York that don't like him. They'll have a lot to tell you about his real estate.
Seven in U.S.
Do you live in PA?
I own a home in PA.
$33.15
what?
I don't pay rent, I own it.
Why would I pay rent if I own the home? Why would I have to pay rent? No, I own it. Actually, Philadelphia hasn't gone up at all. It's in downtown Silver City, Philly, and actually, nothing really has changed there in a number of years. I wish it had, because it would make my investment more valuable, but truly hasn't.
Yeah, leave completely. That's the way. So there is a way.
Deal cards here. I'm pretty well with that.
Black associates in Jersey, and they some of them don't. I'm not saying again, don't take what I'm saying. They don't really sound like you things. They don't sound like they're doing well that you're trying to make it. Jersey is not going to the source of the problem. They're just talking about the problem. If you go to the source, you're anti-Semite. Of course, they're saying that I'm trying to make it, bro. It's not just the fucking Jews. They're not just doing it in cahoots with the fucking Jews.
Hey, David, what's your in Jersey?
Burlington. I grew up in Middlesex.
Okay, so you may be able, David, pull up the school board in Burlington on your phone. Also, who's your representative in Congress, David?
And are you Jewish? Thank you.
I'm not Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic.
David, who's your member of Congress? Who's your member of Congress, David?
I don't want to say, but
you know who it is, right?
Yes.
I know he knows who it is.
He's a family friend of ours.
Right, and who are your two senators?
It's your boy, not gay, Cory Booker, and the other guy, or the other person.
The one that took Menendez. And what do you think the makeup of the school board is in Burlington, and what's in the county?
Camden. Middlesex is right there.
Yeah, Camden would be an interesting one to look at.
Isn't Camden like a really bad area?
It's a city, but there's also a county called Camden.
That has a big Jewish population in it.
Yeah, that's all my best friends all from Cherry Hill. Yes.
My father's actually. I could have sworn somebody told me that Camden was dangerous.
Look at the school board of Patterson. Patterson is what, the most Palestinian
Probably don't live in Patterson. Yeah, Patterson is like a very foreign. They always say Allah Akbar at their school board meeting.
Probably. Well, my mother is from Brooklyn, so we've been to Jersey some times. You know what I mean? She's from Brooklyn, but you like I was born in Miami, though.
Piece on TikTok. One glance at your wrist and all eyes are on you. And listen closely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gold symbolize.
You know what? I grew up in Jersey. I grew up around a lot of, we also the Sopranos. But, I grew up with around people who were part of,
the mob.
That area.
I love Italians. I went to school with a lot of Italians.
I went to, Sunday,
Wait, you knew people that were in the mob, like legit?
Yeah, of course.
Everybody does.
Yeah, that's like normal.
And my city, you kidding? Where I live now, like they owned our city. We actually have a museum here.
The Law Museum, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great museum. They built our city.
Yeah, they take care of the neighbors too. It's weird.
My grandfather
growing up.
When you talk to the old entertainers here, Mike, so many of them like the city better when the mob had it.
And they have the best dinners, might I add.
That's so funny. Yeah. My grandfather's friend's dude named Joe. He's like my dad's father right now. And like I said, the most visited tourist spot. My grandfather's grown up. He was raising numbers to his kids for the mob or whatever. And him and this dude Joe, they grew up as kids. He was my father's godfather. He would come down to South Florida. It was a wild visit. We'd go to I remember everybody ordered. He's like, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get that, we're gonna get this, bring it all out at once. What we're gonna get, everyone's gonna love it. I All right, thanks.
Yes, and they make deals very aggressively, and it's like you cannot refuse when they give you something. Like they offer you food. Yes, don't tell them no. I learned that shit the hard way too. My mom was laughing at that shit.
Like the mob would meet there or whatever. It's my grandfather would tell me, my father would tell me. But yeah, he would come down and say, "This is what we're getting. Nobody say shit. This is how it's working."
And their favorite line is,
Yeah, that's true.
South Philly's like that too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I went to, when I was in Vegas for CES, my client took me to the restaurant at the Sierra, the steakhouse underground. That was very nice. At the Sierra downtown. Or sorry, whatever it's called. Yeah. It was at the underground steakhouse. That was actually, yeah, that was, yeah, the whole atmosphere was very lovely.
Well, there's a lot of older areas. When you come back here, you should eat there. It's a really good restaurant, but it's
Isn't the one that he owns it like
well, they used it in the film. They filmed the restaurant scenes there, but it was, you know, if there still is a mob, you'll see them there. But it's like an old school. It's like a South Philly Italian kind of vibe.
They do a good job of staying under the radar too. That's the difference between them and like other, I wouldn't even really call them a gang. It's because they stay under the radar.
Well, they can't be in the industry in Nevada or in Jersey. I mean, Jersey's even stricter. So, you know, they got to the gaming control kind of took care of that. It's so regulated, so incredibly regulated that they're really not in the industry. So they're in like ancillary businesses. They can't even be a vendor in the industry. So they're just in other kinds of businesses.
Like cement and the construction industry.
Powerful war song of Megatron, the supreme master and commander of the known life universe.
But you, who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety your force, I am the God who giveth all. 20 I ask you to sacrifice.